There is a young female journalist, conservative journalist, by the name of Laura Loomer.
If America's men acted like Laura Loomer, our problems will be fixed in about 5 minutes.
Chained herself to
She
Twitter.
chained herself.
Good evening and welcome to tonight's episode of Loomer Unleashed. I'm your host, Laura Loomer. We are live right now on Rumble and X, so please be sure that you head on over to rumble.com/Laura Loomer, rumble.com/Laura Loomer, hit the green follow button, download the Rumble app on your phone, enable notifications so that you never miss an episode when I go live. Also, I'm live right now on X, so please be sure that you're following me on X at Laura Loomer and also on Loomer Unleashed at Loomer Unleashed, where I post daily reports, updates, exclusive articles, our scoops. And you can find those articles that we post on a daily basis at loomered.com, which is where you can also contact me on my tip line. If you ever have a tip, an anonymous tip, or anything that you want to inform me about, you can do so here on the Loomer tip line by visiting loomered.com and clicking the drop down line for the tip line. Alrighty. I just got back, landed in Florida late this afternoon from Washington, D.C. after spending the day yesterday in Cuba, Guantanamo Bay, with Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and the Pentagon team. And then we also went to U.S. Central Command, which of course is headquartered out of MacDill Air Force Base in Tampa, Florida. So I have a lot to talk about with regards to traveling with the Pentagon as a member of the Pentagon Press Corps, the comments and the remarks that were given yesterday at the brief at Central Command in Tampa by Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, and also just kind of like what the experience was like. A lot of you have asked me, oh, what was it like going to GITMO? What was it like traveling with the Pentagon? What's it like being a member of the Pentagon Press Corps? So I'm definitely going to answer all those questions tonight because I know some of you were commenting on the photos and the videos that I posted, as well as the questions that I asked Secretary of War Hegseth. And if you didn't see those questions, then we'll play them for you tonight and you'll get to see everything that was covered on that trip. Why don't we get started too from the beginning of the trip with the visit to GITMO. So I'll just tell you how the day went. So I was contacted by the Department of War. Let's see, yesterday was Wednesday. So I was contacted by the Department of War on Monday because these trips, usually you get very last minute notice. You don't really get a lot of notice. And I was busy taking care of some administrative stuff for my business. And all of a sudden I got contacted by the press team at the Pentagon and they said, oh, we have a trip that we would like to invite you on as a member of the Pentagon Press Corps. We think that you're going to find this trip to be very interesting, but we'll need to know today whether you can attend. And of course, I asked them what the trip is, and they tell you until you're able to announce it. It was off the record at the time. So I really wasn't able to tell my supporters or my fans or my viewers where I was going until the morning of when we departed very early in the morning. So they said it was going to go to GITMO and Central Command. So of course I immediately cleared my schedule for the week and I booked a flight to Washington, DC because I don't live there. And then we had to depart from Joint Base Andrews out of Maryland at 4:30 in the morning yesterday. And so I got into DC around, 7 p.m. on Tuesday. And then I was up at 1:30 in the morning because I had to get ready and I wanted to be awake for a bit, so I wasn't feeling groggy. And then I had to be at the at the actual base by 3:30 in the morning. And then we took off at 4:30. So it was a full day, and we didn't actually get back till about 8 p.m. or so Eastern that same day. So definitely was quite a busy and exhausting day. But it just goes to show you how, I mean, we already know how hard Secretary of War Pete Hegseth works, but these government jobs are not 9-to-5 jobs. And these staff, they're working around the clock. I mean, even the night before, they're coordinating in the chats with us where to meet. And I mean, they're up at midnight messaging people, and then they're up hours later meeting everybody at Joint Base Andrews for the trip. So, you have to have an incredible amount of stamina and a very strong work ethic to work for the Trump administration, to work for the White House, or to work for the Pentagon, because, I mean, it's a lot of hours. And mind you, you're going to different time zones, you're traveling all over. And these trips are often back to back. And so while they rotate members of the press, and you don't get to go on every single trip if you're a member of the Pentagon Press Corps, so they rotate among different reporters. There were only 3 reporters on this trip. It was myself, the chief national security reporter for Reuters, and then there was a producer from Fox News who was there as well to do the live coverage. But aside from that, there really weren't any other reporters. And for different trips, they have different amount of reporters. I know next week they're going to be traveling to the NATO summit, and so they're going to be going abroad, and they're bringing several more reporters with them, and you get to cycle it out. But definitely a very exciting experience. There's no Wi-Fi on the plane. So when you're on these planes, they have to clear the line and make sure that the line is completely secure, because while we were on the plane, the secretary had to take a 30-minute phone call from the president of the United States, likely because they were doing, they were conducting airstrikes. And so while you're traveling all day, you're kind of in this rat race to get all your content and get all your reports. And then you have a very limited window to get your reports up unless you wait till the end of the day, because, well, there's no Wi-Fi on these planes, and they don't actually allow the press to have Wi-Fi. They only make Wi-Fi available to the Secretary of War and actual Department of War employees. So it's definitely a lot. Like, you're not taking any breaks throughout the day. You're filming your content, and then you're rushing to try to get it up. And usually when we go on these trips, you have cell service or you have Wi-Fi on the ground, wherever the location is. But when we got to GITMO, because technically the towers are in Cuba, they immediately had everybody put their phones on airplane mode, because, well, they don't want the Cubans getting access to your information or spying on you or somehow hacking into your cell phone or your devices. So we weren't even able to, connect to the internet or get cellular service while we were on the ground at GITMO, which made it a little bit more challenging to get the reports up, but we still were able to get our reports up when we landed in Tampa and we were at MacDill Air Force Base. And so throughout the day, sporadically, I was posting videos, but of course the Department of War had, Wi-Fi the entire time, because they actually take Starlink devices, I believe, out into the field with them. They're very efficient the way that they work. And so while they're taking photos and recording the Secretary of War, they're also uploading it and doing the DOW rapid response. They have an incredible production team over at the Pentagon, and really impressive staff, photographers, video team. And the way that they're able to just film super high quality content and then get it out and inform the American public. I don't remember seeing this in any of the other previous administrations, certainly not the Biden administration. But what we see is literally what you see. And of course, there's some off the record moments, and then you're not going to see that. But for the most part, everything that we were able to see as members of the Pentagon Press Corps while we were at GITMO, you also were able to see, because I feel that the Pentagon press team does such a fantastic job at covering the activity of Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and then uploading it to their various accounts. And so probably one of the most exciting things that we did when we got there, we landed at GITMO, and then in order to get over to where the troops were, you have to take a Chinook, which is, of course, a military helicopter. And so what we did is we landed, and then immediately they had 3 helicopters there. One of the helicopters was under undergoing some maintenance. And so they were only able to transport us in two. So they did multiple trips back and forth. And you could see me here. I was in the Chinook, had to wear some earplugs because it's extremely loud. Never been in a helicopter before. It was my first time in a helicopter, especially a Chinook. Pretty cool experience to have your first time in a helicopter be in a Chinook. That's what it looks like. You have to wear a seatbelt inside, and obviously they have all this military gear everywhere. And then they put you in the Chinook, and then you're in the air for about 15 minutes, and you're flying to the other part of the base, and that's where we got off. And you can see the location where they dropped us off after the Chinook landed. And you didn't see me disembarking, but this is from when Secretary of War Pete Hegseth landed after getting transported in the Chinook to the other side of the island, where he then did PT with the troops and rallied them and met with some of the generals there. So let's go ahead and play this clip. And you can see his hair blowing in the wind there, because I'll tell you, as soon as that helicopter landed, oh my God, I'm lucky that the phone didn't get knocked out of my hand when I was filming this, because, the wind is just so incredibly powerful. It's enough to completely move your body because it's just of the force of the helicopter. So Secretary of War Hegseth arrived at GITMO, and then immediately after that, we were loaded up into vans, and then we drove to basically the borderline, the border fence. And, it's obviously Cuba, because it's a piece of leased land. And every single year, the US government supposedly writes checks to Cuba for the land. But from what I was told, the Cuban government doesn't cash the checks, because under Castro, he said that cashing the checks would mean that they were submitting to like a totalitarian rule by the US government. And so when you get there, you'll see from the video and the photos that I'm about to show you, there's an actual fence line and then a sign that says Guantanamo Bay and Cuba. But once you pass over the other line, it's kind of like a North Korea situation, right? Where you have the line, you're not allowed to cross over because, you'll get shot. They were telling us that directly over the fence, on the side of the land that isn't leased by the United States government or isn't controlled by the United States government, there's mines all over the place. And so they were saying that you can't even cross over the fence, because if you do, you run the risk of stepping on a mine, because the entire place is just loaded with mines, they said. Pretty interesting. Definitely very hot. You can imagine tropical weather, summertime tropical weather, and very basic conditions. And so when we got there, I think there's a clip. There was like a long 14-minute clip, but several other clips too. We can just show when we pulled up. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, we got out of the vehicles when we were at GITMO, and you can see him wearing his green shirt and his gym shorts, because that's how he came dressed to do PT with the troops. You just see him lined up, and then there's tons of Army officers and Marines, probably over like 350 of them in a line. And Secretary of War Hegseth was talking about how grateful he was to them for their service and the strategic importance of Guantanamo Bay, and how they were the line of defense if the United States government were to decide to somehow invade Cuba, or maybe do a capture and kill operation in Cuba of Miguel Diaz-Canel, similar to what happened in Venezuela with Nicolas Maduro. But let's go ahead and play this clip. This is Pete Hegseth giving a pep talk before doing PT with the troops at Guantanamo Bay.
It's an honor to be here at Guantanamo Bay. I was here 20 years ago serving as a soldier as part of the detention mission. This was then and is here today a very important and strategic piece of American terrain. And we're here from the Department of War to get a chance to see it, make sure it's as strong as it can possibly be, that you have everything you need to be, and that the world understands that American might, whether it's 9,000 miles away or 90 miles away from our shores. He's the greatest in the world and prepared to go on offense or defense at any moment to defend our interests. So we're here to talk to your leaders, but even more importantly this morning, to be with you to do some PT in this beautiful piece of terrain.
So it was really great to see Pete Hegseth talking about how he was once stationed at GITMO in, I think he said 2004, 2005. And I've said this before and I'll say it again. It's really great having such a young, attractive, fit guy running the Department of War. All right, I'm talking about Pete Hegseth. And I said this before when I traveled with him with Arsenal of Freedom, and the media was like, oh, Laura Loomer says Pete Hegseth's attractive. Well, yeah, because traditionally speaking, all of these military leaders or previous secretaries of war or secretaries of what they called the Department of Defense before, of course, he changed it to the Department of War. I mean, Lloyd Austin was limping around hiding prostate cancer from the public. He's not exactly fit, right? He limps like an old man. He's obese, not exactly in shape. And so when you have somebody who's, well, I think Pete Hegseth is 48 years old. He's not even 50, who's young. And when I say attractive, he's physically fit. I mean, he's clearly ripped. He is a young guy. He's got a hot wife. He's got, I think, 7 kids. This guy is basically the same as these troops, right? Who are stationed around these various bases all over the world that Secretary of War Hegseth is visiting all over the country, doing PT with them. I mean, he does this. This is something that he decided to implement upon becoming Secretary of War, is PT with the troops. And so it doesn't matter where he goes, whichever base he's visiting, he always incorporates PT with whoever he's visiting, whether it's abroad or it's in California, like when I traveled with him to Los Angeles, or whether it's at GITMO. And I think it's good because, you know, he gave his speech last year where he said, the Department of War is done. We're not going to be gay. We're not going to be trans. We're not going to be fat. No fatties allowed. If you're going to be a general, you're going to lose weight. You're not going to be fat. We're going to suspend you if you're fat. I mean, he literally said that they're not going to tolerate obesity, and that if you're going to be leading and directing the troops, you need to have a standard for physical fitness. He said they were going to be like re-implementing the physical test to make sure that everybody was physically fit and capable of doing their job duties. And so everybody there is super fit, super young, super energetic. And, you know, Pete Hegseth is tatted up, right? He's got very patriotic tattoos. He's got all types of tattoos. He's got a Hebrew tattoo. He's got a Jerusalem cross. He's got We the People. He's got an American flag. He has all type of military slogans. He's got a Deuce Volt, right? A crusade tattoo. So he's got an infidel tattoo, right? He's got like a tattoo that marks him as a kafir or infidel. So he knows what's up about Islam. And knowing Pete Hegseth and being friends with him for the last 10 years as well, I know what Pete Hegseth thinks about Islam. And so I have always supported Pete Hegseth because, well, I knew Pete Hegseth in a personal capacity as his friend when I was living in New York and he was working at Fox News. He supported me when I ran for Congress. And I have confidence in him because I know how he views the threat analysis facing the United States of America and his own national security views from my own personal conversations with him over the years. And so it's great having somebody like that who is young, fit, attractive, patriotic, family-centered, and fully supportive of President Trump and fully MAGA, because when these guys see, wow, you know, I'm sweating my ass off here in the middle of Cuba, and there's really not a lot to do aside from working out in the gym and taking orders. I mean, really, honestly, there's literally nothing to do there aside from the gym. They actually have a gift shop at GITMO, and I'll get into this. I was actually really surprised that they have a gift shop at GITMO, but believe it or not, they do have a gift shop at GITMO. Very limited supply, like t-shirts, mugs. I bought a t-shirt. I will say I bought a t-shirt. But I had to run because we didn't have a lot of time. So I was able to buy a t-shirt and was able to buy a coffee mug because I collect magnets and coffee mugs. But I bring this up because when these young men see somebody like Pete Hegseth, who is highly accomplished, was making millions of dollars a year working at Fox News and gave it up so that he could serve his country to, you know, be the Secretary of War at the Department of War. And even during his time at Fox News was still active duty military. He was still fulfilling his duties and still serving his country. I mean, there were times when they would say, oh, Hegseth is, on leave right now because he's fulfilling his duties right now for the military. You can go back and you can see from his time at Fox News, this happened on multiple occasions. When he's able to look these guys in the eyes and participate in PT with them, and he's sweating with them, he's wearing gym clothes, and he's, lifting weights, and he's not slacking. We have the videos of him working out, doing 44 reps and running in the heat and lifting weights. And I mean, really, honestly, sweating his ass off. I watched it, saw it with my own eyes, and I saw it in California as well when he did PT out in California at UCLA with ROTC. These guys then can say, wow, he was me at one point in time. He was here 20 years ago, 21 years ago. He was here at GITMO, and someday maybe that could be me, right? There's not like this elitist sense where you have classism or people thinking, oh, wow, he's just some out of touch guy who is only going to have dinner and, have steaks with the defense contractors. And, oh, he's only going to meet with the executives of Boeing and Lockheed Martin and SpaceX, whatever, right? Like there's this mentality that, at the Department of War, there was kind of this separation between the troops and then the actual defense secretary, or the secretary of war, which is what they now call him. But Pete Hegseth, he's eating breakfast with the troops, right? He's eating the same food as them. After they were doing PT, they had breakfast sandwiches and breakfast burritos. He's there working out with them, getting dirty in the mud. I mean, they must have showered after the fact and it's not just Pete Hegseth, it's his entire team. He makes his entire team bring gym clothes so that they do PT too. So unless you're managing the press or you're a member of the video team, they all were in gym clothes doing PT with the troops. And I think they also have little physical fitness tests amongst themselves because his own team has become very competitive, and they were all like, making fun of each other depending on like how much they could each lift or in terms of like how physically fit they were. So it's good that his own team like enjoys the bonding exercise that comes with doing PT at all of these different locations around the world. And it also helps ground the staff and the personnel who are overseeing and working with Pete Hegseth at the Department of War, because it gives them insight into what life is like for the troops and members of our military. So I really admire that about Pete Hegseth, because he certainly doesn't need to be doing that, but he does. It's certainly not a job requirement, but he has decided to actually engage with them and to participate with them, which I find to be quite remarkable. And it's very touching actually watching this, because you see how much he cares. And he's not just up there in a suit giving a speech and then, talking a big talk and leaving and getting on his jet and flying back to Washington, D.C. for, like I said, these expensive steak dinners with defense contractors, which is the reputation that a lot of the defense secretaries in the past have garnered for themselves, because, well, that was the culture of Washington, D.C. But clearly Pete Hegseth isn't in this job for the money. He's in it because he actually cares, and he's really trying to improve life for our troops and members of the military. And he's also trying to improve the culture at the Department of War. And you see this with the Arsenal of Freedom tour as well, in the way that he's trying to open up the bidding process for contracts at the Department of War to smaller, more competitive companies, so that they don't just go to the main defense contractors. So I think that Pete Hegseth as well, being so young and fit and attractive in a physical sense, but also attractive in a aspirational sense, like his lifestyle is very attractive. So he's young, fit, he's a young guy. He's 48 years old. It's not old. He's under 50 years old. I mean, Pete Hegseth really could be president someday. He really could. He could be vice president someday. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see Pete Hegseth on a 2028 ticket, because the way he speaks, he's so eloquent in the way that he speaks. I'm going to play some of these clips as well. I'm going to play this 14-minute long clip so that you can see after he just got done. I mean, mind you, I swear to God, watch it with my own eyes. No notes, no teleprompter, no staff telling him what to say or, giving him papers or anything. He gets done working out, working his ass off. sweating his ass off in the hot sun. And mind you, I was wearing long sleeve everything because I didn't want to get sunburnt. But it was very, very hot and everybody was extremely hot. Even the staff just standing there who weren't doing PT, like the camera staff, right? Everybody was sweating a lot. I mean, my shirt was soaked by the end of the day. It's kind of disgusting, right? But, and you know, I was wearing black. So not to give you TMI, but you know, when you sweat and your shirt gets really wet from sweat and you're wearing black and then it dries and you get that like white line because of the salt in your sweat. I know that sounds really disgusting, but that's what it looked like at the end of the day because I was wearing a black shirt and green, like army green pants. But this is what he does, right? Brings a change of clothes. I don't know if he uses the military showers to shower while he's there, but literally gets done with PT, gives a very inspirational speech with no notes whatsoever. And it's all, I mean, it sounds like something that would be scripted in some kind of military show, right? Every time Pete Hegseth speaks to the troops, I feel inspired. I'm like, wow, I want to go enlist. I want to go fight for my country. And I really think that having Pete Hegseth as Secretary of War has done wonders for the U.S. military because he's inspiring young men, like manly men too. None of this DEI trans bullshit that we saw under Lloyd Austin and Joe Biden, like real masculine men to join the military, get married, have families, and fight for their country. And I think that he's inspiring people all over the world by the way that he has fundamentally transformed the Department of War. And so I find Pete Hegseth to be an incredibly inspirational person and a very impressive person. I always said this even when people were doubting him when President Trump first nominated him. And they were like, oh, what is this Fox News guy going to do? How is he going to be Secretary of War? I always said, don't underestimate Pete Hegseth because he's one of the smartest guys I've ever met. I mean, his ability to just rattle off wartime history or talk about American history, it is unmatched. And I just can't say enough nice things about Pete Hegseth. He is truly a remarkable person. And I wanted to play this. It's about 14 minutes long, but this is the speech he did. So just to put things into perspective for you, he just got done doing PT with the troops. It's like 100 degrees outside, feels like 100 degrees because it's extremely humid Caribbean weather. And just take a listen to how phenomenal this speech is and how pumped up and excited all these young men are, and women too. There were some women there as well. And you could just see that, you know, they're not just standing there interacting by nodding their head and waiting for him. They're genuinely very excited. And even when they did the coin ceremony, if you paid enough attention, you could see some of the knees of the men that were receiving the coins trembling because they were so nervous. And I thought it was, you know, quite endearing because they're obviously very macho, masculine men, you know, doing PT, and you just see them there standing, sweating in their outfits, their army shirts or their Navy shirts or Marine shirts. But some of them, you could see their knees were a little shaky because, you know, that you could tell that they were nervous. You're only going to be nervous, I'm just going to say this, in front of somebody who you respect. I don't think that you're going to be nervous to meet somebody if you actually have no respect for them, because why would you be nervous or intimidated? But they had genuine respect for Secretary of War Hegseth. And like I said before, I noticed it. I don't know if anybody else really noticed it, but I was kind of, you know, looking and noticed that some of their knees were trembling because, well, why wouldn't you? I mean, this is probably, Pete Hegseth is going to go down in history as probably one of the best modern day secretaries of war that we've had, fundamentally transforming the Department of War for the better. Just record investments, $1.5 trillion under his leadership at the Department of War invested into our troops, into our military, into acquisitions, into innovation, transforming the speed of manufacturing, the allocation of Department of War contracts. He's completely changed the mentality of the so-called military industrial complex and how it's supposed to operate in the United States of America. And I think that he is also not just inspiring young people to join the military, but also inspiring young people to have more respect for the military, because I think that a lot of people were just very disrespectful towards our military under Biden, because Biden didn't have any respect for our military. But President Trump and Pete Hegseth are really restoring a sense of nationalism and pride in the United States military. And we saw this last year with the military parade that they had, which was incredible. I was there for the military parade. There were some logistical issues. I won't deny that, but how come Joe Biden didn't have a military parade, right? And I'm sure the America 250 celebrations are going to be incredible. Those are coming up in the next few weeks, but go ahead and you could put your comments and your thoughts in the chat. But I'm going to go ahead and play this 14-minute long clip. This was immediately after PT with the troops for about 30 minutes. And then Secretary of War Hegseth just gave such an inspirational speech. And just think to yourself, could you deliver something like this after being completely out of breath and sweating? Could you go from working out and sweating and being in hot weather to then instantly delivering a flawless speech and an inspirational speech to our troops? I don't think many people could do that. I don't think many people in Washington, D.C. are equipped for that. I don't think many people would be able to be completely covered in sweat and say, all right, I'm going to now deliver a speech. I think a lot of people in Washington, D.C. are a little too vain for that. And they'd probably say, oh, I got to go shower. I got to go do my hair. I got to go touch up my hair gel. I got to go put a suit on. I think there's a lot of image-focused people in Washington, D.C. that care more about vanity and fame and recognition than, as opposed to Pete Hegseth, who is truly service and goal focused and oriented. And I was just completely blown away. I know I've said that like 5 times now, but really, honestly, I was so blown away by the speech that he was giving. I recorded the entire 14-minute speech just to have it on my own phone. Even though I knew the Department of War was recording it and Fox News was there as well, I recorded the entire thing because I thought to myself, wow, someday if he ever runs for president or if he's on a vice presidential ticket with a presidential candidate, I don't know, 2028 is coming up, people have to see this because it's just such a testament to his character, his patriotism, and just what an amazing American Pete Hegseth is. So let's go ahead and play this clip.
Coins. If you're getting a coin, come up here. Coins. Here it is.
Hey, Jed. He's gonna pop in too.
All right, warfighters, it's not just Marines here. How are you this morning? If you haven't been to Northeast Gate, welcome to Northeast Gate. That's Cuba. This is America. And you just PT'd on it to show what we're doing here. We have the Secretary of War on our turf, PT with the largest EGA on this island. And I love that you're all here this morning. Yes, sir. How about that? Mission, focus, readiness all day long.
All right.
Good morning and happy belated birthday. This is FCA2 Micah Sargent from Winnebago, Illinois. He has been instrumental in the standing up of our counter-UAS systems with Pulsar and now drone hunter with Fordham, sir. Completely integral to what we're doing here to protect our airspace, sir.
All right.
This is Petty Officer First Class Ruby. He is a mass communication specialist, currently serving as a public, at the
Deputy Public Affairs Officer for Joint Task Force Avant-Garde. He has been instrumental in capturing and displaying all the good things that KTF Avant-Garde has produced. So he's extremely personal, has the integrity and the confidence to conduct this meeting on a daily basis.
Yeah. All right. Sergeant Schroeder, Staff Sergeant Select Schroeder with 2nd Combat Engineer Battalion coming out of Camp Lejeune. He's part of the actual on-ground security detail. He is a guard chief over on our leeward side of the island, holding down what is normally a Staff and CO gunnery sergeant job. He is holding it down as a sergeant right now, but soon to be Staff Sergeant. He's doing great things for us on the ground.
All right.
Corporal Jones is part of LAD of the 24th MU. He was low air defense down here with the Mattis team. The first time the Mattis has been employed down here on the ground. A significant, important detail for counter UAS, especially given times right now. Sergeant Morgan is part of the base N2. He is the only really N2 that the base utilizes as an intelligence analyst. He is the fusion cell for everything that comes through the N2 and sending up intelligence CIRs and PIRs that are significant for this base and for the actual defense, and anything that runs on this base intelligence-wise goes through this man right here, and he shoulders it all. Who you got, Sergeant? Give it up for these guys one more time. Well, Marines, soldiers, sailors, airmen, and anything else I miss. God bless you and good morning. No better way to start a morning than with PT. How about that? And this is about my time of day to do PT at GITMO. Because 20 years ago, as a 2nd lieutenant, I led a platoon of soldiers from the New Jersey Guard here as part of the detention mission. And we did 12 hours on and 12 hours off shifts for a year. And so when we got done, you get your weapons in the arm room, you do your checks, you get set, and right about 9:30 or 9 is when I go hit PT. So this is about, it's getting hot, and when you're that young, it feels good. These days, I decided to do PT with the troops, and it turned into smoke the secretary everywhere I go. But looking at all you is a reminder of kind of where I was 20 years ago. Standing in front of that very gate, I have a picture right there as the platoon leader. And looking out at you, I see myself, but even through that gate to over 100 years ago, we see San Juan Hill, the Spanish-American War, what the Marines did here over 100 years ago, what it took to secure this piece of key terrain. That was Americans. That was Rough Riders. Just like all of you, right here, and I'll never forget thinking about that when I dropped my duffel bag, first time as a lieutenant. Sure, we were doing a different kind of mission, but man, not 40 miles from here, Teddy Roosevelt led Rough Riders up San Juan Hill, winning the Medal of Honor, and creating a lot of the conditions when he was president for this to be American soil. We're standing here because of the actions of courageous Americans. And he would be proud to stand right here and look out at this group of courageous Americans who not only raised their right hand to serve, but also to go forward deployed. Hey, 20 years ago, there was a huge difference between Iraq and here, but I was still calling home with an AT&T phone card on a payphone 20 years ago. So it felt like 3,000 miles away, but it was 90. So yeah, we're closer to the States, but from this War Department's view and the national defense strategy we have right now, that makes it even more important because we are defending the homeland and we are taking back our hemisphere. There was something called the Donroe Doctrine that was ignored for far too long by presidents that wanted to pretend like our backyard didn't matter. And then a president showed up and added the Roosevelt corollary to the Donroe Doctrine. And that president was Teddy Roosevelt because he understood the importance of the hemisphere. And then foolish politicians over time let it fade. We got distracted by other things all around the world, many of which are important. Americans did great things. This president came in and said not only is the Donroe Doctrine alive, and not only does the Roosevelt corollary live, but now we have the Donroe Doctrine, the Trump corollary to the Donroe Doctrine, that the terrain in our hemisphere is key terrain. Take the Panama Canal, where we're working there, making sure that both sides of the canal are secure, that our ships flow freely, that we have more Marines and more soldiers, a new jungle school there, key terrain. We want to make sure foreign adversaries could not control that. Look at Venezuela and Nicolas Maduro, who thought he could flaunt the United States of America. And then he found out in about 45 minutes in the middle of the night. The most heavily fortified compound inside their most heavily fortified base inside their capital city, and Russian air defenses and Cuban guards were no match for them. Our operators, our rangers, those that do incredible things. In fact, there was a Medal of Honor, as you all saw, that came out of that engagement. What a pilot did in keeping his men safe while landing that aircraft and ensuring it landed back safely. Things of the history books. History still happens today. History still happens in the eyes and the mind of all of you. Take what we're doing and taking on designated terrorist organizations, criminal cartels, in drug boats. I would not get in a drug boat in the Caribbean or the Eastern Pacific right now, because we are hunting you like we hunted Al-Qaeda and ISIS in the Middle East, with the same networks and the same intelligence and the same capabilities. And that's why we've seen drug flows in the water drop dramatically. They're trying to find new roads. Doesn't mean they're going to stop, but that's why we formed the America's Counter Cartel Coalition, where now we're working with friendly countries in their countries to find where these designated terrorists operate, where they create their drugs, and we're partnering with them. Sometimes we're doing it in the open so the world can know, and a lot of times we're doing it quietly so that we can work with those governments, hunt those designated terrorist organizations. In fact, there's some big news coming out of Venezuela very soon on that subject, because now we've got a partner there in Venezuela willing to work with us. We may have more of a partner in Colombia. You look at Ecuador, you look at Honduras, you look up and down. We're working more and more to get after that problem stuff. And then you look at Cuba, where we are, where the United States of America has been for over 100 years and where we will remain in key terrain. And that government has decisions to make about what kind of reforms they want to pursue. It's not my job to make that decision for them. It's our job at the War Department to be prepared for whatever our Commander-in-Chief asks us to do on behalf of defending the American people. It would be unwise for the government of Cuba to try to procure or get access to the types of weapons that could reach this base or the American homeland. They would be inviting the kind of confrontation not only do they not want, but they could not stand. No country on earth can match the capabilities of the United States of America. We seek no enemies. We seek no foes. We're a great friend, and we hope soon we can be a friend of the leadership of the government of Cuba. For now, let's see what happens. But the Department of War will give the Commander-in-Chief every single option he needs inside that contingency. And when I look out at those words, and when I say those things about deterrence, make no mistake about it, I see your face when we say those words. My words are empty without the strength and deterrence of all of you, which is what helps us every single day get up early and stay awake late to make sure we're getting everything you need in every possible contingency. Of course, right now, we're with the folks slinging it out in the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman and ensuring Iran doesn't target shipping. And again, we're prepared there to do what needs to be done. Right now, they're defensive strikes to ensure we protect our people. Again, Iran would be unwise to challenge us further. President Trump is seeking a deal, but not just a deal, a great deal, on behalf of the American people, so that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. That is core to America's national defense. Those are the types of things we will pursue around the world to protect our people and our interests. And as we do that, we do not lose gaze right here on this hemisphere. So we're reviving the warrior ethos. I hope you see that in your formations. Colorblind, gender neutral, merit-based. Standard, discipline, accountability, training, readiness, lethality. That's what you do here. That's what we're all about. And then we're rebuilding the military, spending a historic amount, $1.5 trillion, we believe, this fiscal year, to get not just to where we need to be, but well beyond where any adversary could compete with us. But that begins with our people. And that's why we're fixing barracks, investing in schools and hospitals, increasing pay for E1 to E5 by 7%.
Yep.
E6 to 03 by 6%. We figure all those officers deserve a little raise too. Just not as much as you guys. Everybody works their tail off, and we see that. We want to invest in that, in rebuilding our military. Every echelon in our office. And then it's about reestablishing deterrence, and I laid that out for all of you around the world and here at home. And we are cattle prodding the defense companies because they deserve it to make things faster, more efficiently, more cost effectively, so you don't get something in 2033 when you need it in 2026. That's our job to change the way the department works, and we're doing it as fast as we can. So on behalf of the War Department and President Trump, he always wants me to tell you that he's got your back. He's got your back in the circumstances that you need to undertake. That's all I ever wanted when I was a lieutenant here, or a first lieutenant in Iraq. If you're going to ask me to do tough things or difficult things where I have to make a tough decision at a moment's notice, just have my back, because not everything's going to go right every single time. But if I'm doing it for the right reasons and on behalf of the country, we are going to untie your hands and unleash you to get it done so that you come home and the bad guy doesn't. That's the point. And so we've got your back at every echelon. Let your families know we appreciate them, we support them, we love them. They serve with you. Your wives, husbands, kids, they're in the fight with us. That's certainly how my wife sees it as well. So God bless you. Keep going and stay ready. Let's go.
I mean, isn't that just so incredible? I feel like it's one of the most incredible speeches I've ever heard anybody give in terms of, from the Department of War, anybody from the Pentagon. I think that there's a lot of inspirational speeches out there, but in terms of speeches from Defense Secretary, or now they call it the Secretary of War now, probably the most inspirational speech I've heard. It's so off the cuff too. And I showed you, I didn't even crop the video because I wanted you to see how he was still like basically catching his breath from working out. And this wasn't like, oh, him getting off the bus and then giving this speech. He was literally drenched with sweat. And then they were, getting ready to do the coin ceremony, recognizing members of the base for their outstanding work or exemplary behavior at Guantanamo Bay. And hey, I think that those guys are going to remember that moment for the rest of their life. And I just find it to be so incredible. And, he's not full of shit. Here's the actual photos. We have the photos of Pete Hegseth serving at GITMO in 2004, actually. So he walks the walk and talks the talk. So let's go ahead and get those pulled up. That was the exact same fence where we were standing right there where they're doing PT. You could see in that exact same spot right there with the same flag. There's Pete Hegseth, right? In 2004, there's the photo. Okay. And then there's the other photo. So he's not making it up. You can clearly see him there at GITMO in 2004. So I think it's really inspirational for all those young men there to know that, wow, maybe someday I'll be the Secretary of War. Maybe someday I'll be working in a presidential administration. Maybe someday I'll finish my time here, and I too will be, giving inspirational speeches all around the country, all around the world to American troops and service members. I just think that it really makes Pete Hegseth stand out because he's young, he's relatable, and again, he is just a total patriot. As President Trump likes to say, central casting. If you were going to have any kind of scripted movie and have a casting call for somebody to portray a very patriotic, young, attractive, smart leader, or a Secretary of War in some kind of a movie or some kind of a TV series, Pete Hegseth, central casting, probably one of the reasons why President Trump chose him. And he chose well. you saw that during that speech, one of the things that Pete Hegseth was talking about is how a lot of former presidents really abandoned the Monroe Doctrine, and how President Donald Trump has reaffirmed that the Monroe Doctrine is alive and well with his own little twist and spin to it, now referring to it as the Donroe Doctrine. You saw in that speech, that's what Secretary of War Hegseth said, and he's absolutely right. And essentially what this means is that America is going to continue to aggressively defend its hemisphere, the Western Hemisphere, against foreign threats and encroachment from hostile actors and adversaries, whether that be from China, in Venezuela, in our backyard, in the Western Hemisphere. And you saw that President Trump asserted that American dominance by taking over the oil infrastructure in Venezuela, taking control of it, when China, prior to this, was taking 1 million barrels of oil per day out of Venezuela under Maduro. And now Donald Trump is doing the same exact thing. While I don't exactly 100% agree with all of the handling of Iran thus far, personally, because I think that we should have bombed the shit out of Iran. I don't think that Donald Trump should have been as diplomatic as he's currently being. But then again, I'm not the president of the United States, and I'm sure he has access to way more intel and way more information than I have. But I just personally prefer bombing, you know, Islamic regimes, that we shouldn't be negotiating with terrorists, and these people are terrorists. He once again is asserting that American dominance and demonstrating the concept of the Donroe Doctrine by telling the Iranians, if you don't come to the table, we're not only going to bomb the shit out of you, but we're going to take over Karg Island, and then we're going to control all of the oil. So it's a power move, and who knows whether the Iranians will be beaten to submission by Donald Trump and the Donroe Doctrine. We will see. I have my own, doubts, not because I don't think that Donald Trump is capable of it, but because I don't think that you could ever trust the word of an Islamic regime. I mean, these are genocidal Muslim terrorists that we're talking about here. I don't think that has anything to do with Donald Trump. It's just the ideology of Islam itself, which, we need to have an honest conversation about. I don't really think a lot of people want to have this conversation, but you can't really make a deal with people who don't believe in a concept of a ceasefire. Ceasefire doesn't exist in Islam. A ceasefire, Muslims view warfare through the lens of Muhammad, right? Through the Quran, through the teachings of Muhammad, who is, their prophet and the most revered man in Islam. Every single Muslim aspires to live their life like Muhammad, who was a ruthless and barbaric warlord, a bloodthirsty warlord. And in Islam, this concept of a ceasefire doesn't exist, because in Islam, a ceasefire is known as a hudna, Hudna. I've talked about this previously on Loomer Unleashed, but I'll say it again for those of you who maybe didn't catch the last episode, or maybe you are new. A hudna is this concept in Islam that can't extend past a 10-year period. So you could view it as like a modern day ceasefire, but a ceasefire would actually be permanent, right? Like you would hope this ceasefire would actually lead to a long-term peace deal or would be complied with. Muslims believe in hudnas. So instead of having permanent ceasefires or peace treaties, they don't actually believe in a concept of peace. They believe in the concept of total global Islamic domination. And so when you have a hudna, what this is it's no longer than a 10-year period, can't be longer than 10 years, according to Muhammad and the teachings in the Quran, because you can't do anything differently than Muhammad, because you have to live your life and act according to Muhammad. So it's this period for which an Islamic army, and really every single mosque in America, every single mosque around the entire world, is a military base in Islam, right? So back in the time of Muhammad, mosques were not places of worship and prayer or religious teaching. They were quite literally military command centers. And to this day, Muslims are taught that mosques are supposed to be military command centers. And that's why in places like Gaza or, other places in the Middle East, especially where you have a lot of, urban warfare per se, when you think of places like Iraq and Afghanistan, mosques are places of military operations. They are literally military command centers. And so what happens, right? You sometimes find, weapons, you'll find grenades, you'll find bomb making material, you'll find all types of military weapons or military manuals. I mean, we have the evidence from the war on terror. Ask anybody who served in Afghanistan or anybody who served in Iraq or anybody who spent time in Gaza, right? Ask any IDF soldier and they'll tell you. Anytime you ever raided a mosque or anytime they ever went into any type of Islamic center, you will find hordes of weapons and hordes of, I guess you could say, like lethal grade weapons or devices meant for killing the infidels and killing the enemy to Islam, which is essentially any non-Muslim. This is just a fact. And so when you have a hudna then allows for the party involved, whether it's Hamas, right? When you're talking about a ceasefire in Gaza, right? This would be Hamas for that instance. Or when you're talking about Iran, we're talking about the IRGC, of course, the Islamic regime of Iran, the IRGC, of course, which is, the apparatus upholding the Islamic regime in Iran, along with the mullahs who use the IRGC for carrying out their barbaric Islamic military operations, their acts of Islamic jihad. The hudna then says that, all right, you can agree under the terms of taqiyya, right? The concept of permissible lying in Islam. You can agree to a so-called 10-year ceasefire or a peace treaty, right? And you can even look at the Abraham Accords. I'm willing to bet money on it. I don't think that Abraham Accords are going to last longer than 10 years because this is supposed to be the terms for not just warfare and, ceasefires, but also treaties, especially peace treaties when you're dealing with any Muslim nation, not just Iran. I'm talking about any Muslim nation. And they view it as a period of rearmament. So under the terms of the hudna, right, if you are pretending to, be involved in a so-called peace treaty or a ceasefire, you can pretend, right, to be agreeable with your enemy, with the infidel, only for the sake of advancing the cause of Islam, right? You are allowed to lie and say, okay, we want to have normalized relations with Israel. We don't want to chant death to America. Or in the case of this so-called deal that President Trump announced today, maybe the Iranians are going to agree to never have a nuclear weapon and to stop arming and training their proxies, Hezbollah and Hamas, okay? Sure. Right. I don't even think that that's going to be the case because I don't even think that Iran would ever agree to these terms, even if they now say that they will. Even if they did, that would last for like 1 second before they violated this so-called ceasefire. We've already had a million of these deals, right? I don't know how many times we have to go back to the drawing board to restart these negotiations. We don't negotiate with terrorists, but I guess we've just forgotten about that. And we even have the tweet too from, I think it was 2014, Trump saying he doesn't negotiate with terrorists. I saw this again on my timeline today. I sent it to my producer. I was like, this is exactly what I'm talking about, right? Like, we know that we don't negotiate with terrorists, but here we are negotiating with terrorists. We'll get that pulled up in a moment. But that being said, I want everybody to understand this concept of a hudna because Muslims view it as a period no greater than 10 years where you can rearm and you can rebuild and you can regroup and you can engage in training. And again, as I said before, it's for the purpose of advancing the cause of Islam. So if you have to pretend for a 10-year period, no longer than 10 years, right? Doesn't matter how many years they say that these deals are going to last for. But if you have to pretend to be involved in a so-called peace treaty or a ceasefire as a Muslim nation or an Islamic theocracy like Iran is, after 10 years, you have to attack. Because you are not allowed to go past that 10-year period within this framework of a hudna. And it may sound really obtuse for some people who haven't studied Islam, or if you haven't read the Quran, or if it's your first time learning about the concept of a hudna. But I guarantee you that if you were to ask any Islamic scholar, or if you were to study Islam yourself, you would see this as the case. And Muslims will lie to you and say, that's not true, that's not true. But again, you have to understand you can't take their word for anything because Muslims are literally taught from the first time they ever open up a Quran, that lying, especially lying to the non-Muslim, lying to the infidel, is allowed as long as it advances the cause of Islam. So they will tell you, there's a moderate Muslim. We're not all the same. There are peaceful Muslims. They will tell you any bullshit line you want to hear because they need to advance the cause of Islam. So, you know, you're not supposed to lie. Like if you are a Jew or you are Christian, it's frowned upon to lie, right? Like thou shalt not lie, thou shalt not cheat, thou shalt not steal. You know the rest. But in Islam, you're allowed to lie. You're not allowed to lie to your fellow Muslim, but you are allowed to lie to a non-Muslim. You're allowed to lie and say that Islam means peace, that majority of Muslims are peaceful people, that they're going to abide by the terms of a ceasefire, that they want to come to the table for a so-called deal. But at the end of the day, you have to realize everything that these people say, everything that these people do, especially in a time of warfare, is for the long term. These people play for the long term. They're not just looking for instant gratification in the moment. These people are playing for their long-term goal of establishing the Ummah, the one world Islamic order. And it doesn't matter how long they have to wait, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, these people will wait. Although when it comes to warfare and violence and acts of, kinetic warfare, can't go past 10 years. Right. So after 10 years, they have to regroup and reactivate these Islamic armies, because the goal in Islam is always perpetual conquest, perpetual domination and enslavement of the non-Muslim. You see this in the memorandums, the exploratory memorandum, the explanatory memorandum as outlined by the Muslim Brotherhood. You see this in the Hamas Charter, right? You see this in all types of Islamic texts and Islamic writings. It's all for the sake of total global Islamic domination. Now, we can go to the chat. I don't know if any of you have heard about this concept of a hudna before. Maybe some of you have studied Islam. I don't know. A lot of people haven't studied Islam. A lot of people have been completely brainwashed into thinking that, there's, moderate Muslims and Islam is, there's different variations of Islam and there's different interpretations of Islam. All these excuses that people will provide and people will give you so that you force feed yourself, or you allow them to force feed you this idea that it's possible to coexist with these people, or that you allow these people to force feed you the idea that we are going to have a deal with an Islamic theocracy that chants death to America and is hell-bent on developing a nuclear weapon to nuke Israel, to commit a Holocaust of the Jewish state because they hate Jews, right? Again, another Quranic teaching. Find the non-believer wherever you can find them. Strike fear into their hearts. Kill them wherever you find them, right? Straight out of the Quran, you guys. Straight out of the Quran. Kill the polytheist, kill the disbeliever, kill the non-believer, kill the infidel. Again, they will tell you that these are not real texts. They will tell you that these are not real quotes from the Quran. They will tell you that this is not real and that it's a figment of your imagination, or that you are getting the wrong interpretation. It's always the wrong interpretation. It's not an interpretation. There's no such thing as an interpretation of Islam. There's literally only one Islam. And in fact, all of this stuff is actually, they'll tell you yourself. They have this university called Al-Azhar University, which is essentially like the Harvard for Islam. And this is where they define, and they have Islamic scholars of the highest order in the Islamic world at Al-Azhar deciding and dictating the actual so-called interpretations and definitions. And so they'll tell you themselves there's no differing interpretation. They actually have like set Islamic codes and books dedicated to telling every single Muslim, every single practicing Muslim, or anybody who wants to learn about Islam themselves, what every single verse in the Quran means, what every single Islamic teaching means. and you will see for yourself that no, it's not some interpretation. You aren't just some silly Westerner. When they say kill the disbeliever, there's no magical interpretation, okay? When they say to kill the infidel and to enslave them and to capture them and strike fear in their hearts, there's not some weird spiritual interpretation. They are quite literally saying to capture and find the non-believer wherever you may find them, and to strike fear in their hearts and to kill them, to decapitate them, to enslave them, to make their women sex slaves. And there's just no interpretation. So knowing this, how can we actually negotiate with these animals? I mean, I agree with President Trump. Let's pull up the tweet that President Trump posted himself. I think that was 2014. Yep, May of 2014. I agree. The U.S. cannot negotiate with terrorists. It is a sad and terrible situation for the family involved, but this can only lead to disaster. Well, we are quite literally negotiating with terrorists right now. We are quite literally negotiating with the IRGC, with Islamic terrorists in Iran, who have been carrying out a regime of Islamic terror against the entire world, especially the United States of America, murdering thousands of U.S. service members and innocent Americans in acts of terror all around the world, especially in the Middle East, for the last 47 years. So again, I agree with President Trump. The U.S. cannot negotiate with terrorists. It is a sad and terrible situation. Obviously, I still support President Trump. But that being said, at the same time, I can support President Trump, but also recognize that people around him telling him to make a deal with the Iranians are clearly not taking into account that these people don't care about anything aside from total global Islamic domination. So I don't know. They need to brush up. The people who work for the president. I know Pete Hegseth understands this. I know that Pete Hegseth understands it. I'm pretty sure Marco Rubio understands it. I know Donald Trump understands it because he said it when he campaigned for president. So I know that Donald Trump is not naive to how barbaric and how ruthless and brutal and just incompatible with Western civilization Islam as an ideology is. He has said it. And I posted a compilation video of President Trump saying this several months ago. Every so often I repost it. But the people around him, sadly, a lot of the people who work for President Trump, they don't understand Islam. And that's just a fact. So I want to go to the chat, take some comments, take some questions. I don't know what you guys think about this, but unfortunately, this is the reality. I don't really see things changing. I know that the president is being gracious and Donald Trump is trying to avoid having to destroy infrastructure and causing harm and strife for the Iranian people who are being victimized by this Islamic Republic of Iran. But it may need to happen. It may need to happen. Or else, what are the long-term effects going to be if Iran does somehow obtain a nuclear weapon in the future? What does that mean for us when Donald Trump isn't president anymore? What does that mean? Let's scroll up. I want to see what people were saying. Have any of you heard of this concept of a hudna before? Or is this the first time you're hearing about it? If it's the first time you're hearing about it, put one in the chat, because I'm really interested in knowing if anybody actually is aware of it, or if this concept is just unknown to the American people. Scroll up a bit. Let's see what people were saying before. If you've heard of a hudna before, let me know. If this is your first time hearing about it, put a 1 in the chat. Yeah, some people said I'm absolutely right. Yeah. I mean, if you know anything about Islam, you know. You know. It's crazy. Yeah, someone said that it's crazy that the woke Reich is actually supporting this. Yeah, Tucker Carlson was actually on his show yesterday rallying for Iran, saying, well, at least the Iranians hate the Jews, and at least the Iranians are supporting the Palestinians who are being genocided. Therefore, I'm for Iran. Wish I was joking, but that's what he said on his show. We have the clip. We can play the clip. But sadly, there are a lot of people who pretended to be conservatives or have a very large microphone, and they are encouraging people to side with this Islamic regime over the Trump administration and over the United States of America. Let me go ahead and pull this clip up, and I'll have to play this clip because honestly, it's just so unbelievable. I saw this last night. I guess this was from, I haven't watched the full episode, but this is from yesterday. I haven't watched the full episode. I need to go back and watch it. I was traveling all day yesterday with the Pentagon, but I will be watching the full episode probably tomorrow. But I saw snippets of it, and he's justifying the Iranian regime after they shot down an Apache helicopter and injured 2 of our pilots 2 days ago. And he keeps on making excuses for the Islamic regime of Iran because, well, they're standing up for Palestinians. They're funding Hamas, an Iranian proxy. They're calling out Israel because we hate the Jews, and the Jews are genociding Muslims. And these Muslims, even though they're kidnapping people and they're holding them hostage, and, you know, they murdered Americans and innocent Israelis on October 7th, which is the biggest massacre of Jews since the time of the Holocaust, I'm going to side with these people because, well, I just don't really like Jews very much. Let's go ahead and play the clip.
And destroying Iran, which is bombing Arab countries and destroying Arab countries, is more popular in some Arab countries than it was at the beginning of the war. Now, how could that be? Well, because Iran has taken a clear position on the murder of Palestinian civilians, particularly in Lebanon, but not just Lebanon, in the West Bank and Gaza also. Iran has tied its ceasefire negotiations to a ceasefire in Lebanon. Now, that's not something that resonates with most Americans, like who cares? But in the Middle East and in the entire rest of the world, really, which is watching this, watching Israel destroy Lebanon for reasons that are not clear at all, murder Christians wholesale in Lebanon, destroy Christian villages, bomb Beirut, not a traditional Hezbollah stronghold. Why are you bombing Beirut? Unclear. But it's happening, and the rest of the world is watching carefully because Lebanon is a country a lot of people have been to, probably the most beautiful country in the world, with some of the most sophisticated people in the world. It's not Yemen. It's Lebanon. It's on the Mediterranean. And the rest of the world is watching this in horror, and no one's doing anything about it. The United States is abetting it. The United States is helping it happen, despite what they tell you. Those are American weapons and weapon systems being used to murder Christians in Lebanon. Who is doing something about it? Iran. Hate to say that. Wish that weren't true. Wish it didn't fall to Iran to do something about this, but it has, and they are. And they're doing more about this than any other country, including ours, including any of the Gulf states. Sorry. Because they are tying the reopening of the strait, which the world wants, to an end to Israeli bombing and murder in Lebanon. So in the eyes of the region, whatever people hate about Iran, and there's a lot that the Arabs hate about Iran, they are uniquely standing up for the Palestinians. The mass murder in Gaza, the genocide in Gaza, and history will record it as that. It is genocide. It is a state policy to eliminate a people and transfer them out of a land. It is genocide by any definition, is the biggest thing that is happening at this point in history. It is the biggest thing. It is the thing about which the most will be written going forward. How did the rest of the world watch this and do nothing? How did the United States back this? How did the United States become the only country on the planet, other than Israel, to approve of this genocide? These are questions normal people will ask fairly soon. They're asking them now. And Iran, for all of its many faults, as an American, it's painful to admit this, has tried to do something about it. So long term, that doesn't hurt Iran, whatever their motive for doing that. That does not hurt Iran. That enhances Iran as a state.
Just completely sold out to the Iranian regime, but it's been in the works for a while. I mean, last year I showed you how Tucker Carlson interviewed the president of Iran on his show, ran cover for him when he said that Iran wasn't actually plotting to assassinate Donald Trump, even though the president himself said that they had evidence that Iran was trying to assassinate Donald Trump and his staff multiple times. So big problem. We have a big problem, you guys, in this country. And, well, it's only going to get worse unless we start to crack down on the woke right. I think that the Trump administration really needs to start going after these people for not registering with FARA and really start monitoring their bank accounts, looking into who's paying Tucker, looking into who's paying Candace Owens, looking into who is behind all of these so-called right-wing podcasters, all of a sudden rallying in support of our adversaries, Iran and Russia and China. And it's just very bizarre to me, but I want to see people's answers in the chat about the Hudna. So again, I said that if it was your first time hearing it, press 1 in the chat. And if you had heard it, well, then put it in the comment section. But let's scroll up. Let's see what people said. I don't really think a lot of people knew what a Hudna is or what it was. Scroll up a little bit more. Scroll up some more. Keep on going. Keep on going. Someone said, I listened to Annie Cyrus, so yes, I've heard of it. Okay. Most of you had not heard of it. Okay, scroll down. Oh, there was one more. Scroll up a little bit more. Scroll up a little bit more. Yeah. Well, most people have not heard of it. And is it any wonder why people are being brainwashed into thinking that you can have a so-called ceasefire or a peace deal, whether it be with Hamas or whether it be with the IRGC or whoever it may be? I wonder how most people would react or what the polling would change to overnight. The polling as it relates to American voter support for Donald Trump bombing the Iranian regime if they actually knew what the concept of a Hudna was. I think that polling would dramatically shift overnight. I mean, it already is in support of the president bombing Iran, but I think that you would see double-digit increases in the polling in support of the president bombing Iran if Americans knew that there's no real concept of a peace treaty or a so-called ceasefire in Islam because they view it as a time of military rearmament and strategic preparations for, more Islamic domination and warfare. I think that public opinion would probably drastically change overnight if people actually were educated about what a Hudna is. So maybe the Department of War, maybe the Trump administration should start actually hiring people who know something about Islam. Like I know Secretary of War Hegseth understands Islam. Right? He's got infidel tattooed on his body. But maybe the president ought to actually hire some people who understand Islam. And then maybe they could actually give the president a briefing that's worth something. None of this subversive shit that's coming out of ODNI under Tulsi Gabbard and all of her anti-Israel, anti-America, pro-Iran staffers, right? Maybe they should actually brief the president of the United States on Islam and explain to him what a Hudna is. So again, I think that the president has good intentions, but a lot of these intel reports should actually be framed from the ideological concept of Islam, right? How Islam itself is not really a religion. It's more of a political ideology. I think that they should be framed more from an ideological level as opposed to an editorial level. And you know that these reports are completely being editorialized because we already know what Tulsi Gabbard thinks about Trump and Iran, right? We already know what Tulsi Gabbard thinks about Venezuela. We already know what Joe Kent thinks. We already know what all the staff who work at ODNI think about Donald Trump and the war on Iran. They don't support it because they clearly don't understand the existential threat of Islamic terrorism. So they want to subvert it by giving the president bad intel and by making the administration think that, like Joe Kent every single day, I don't know who he's talking to, but there's some theories out there that he's now working with the Iranian lobby, right? Seen a lot of speculation online about that. His alignment with Trita Parsi and the Quincy Institute. There's now reports that Trita Parsi is going to potentially be deported. I've talked about this before on the show. I talked about how Trita Parsi, who's one of the founders of NIAC and Quincy Institute, should be deported. for acting as what I believe is a foreign agent. This has already gone to court. He tried suing somebody who said that he was lobbying for the Islamic regime in Iran. And then ultimately nothing happened, right? He tried suing this person for saying that. And well, the court actually ruled in support of the person who he sued because, well, I don't think Trita Parsi really wanted to open up the books. But that being said, he has Iranian citizenship and he's got Swedish citizenship. And there was a report out today about how Trita Parsi might be deported soon. So Joe Kent, maybe even before he resigned, right? Resigned in disgrace. Just days before it was announced that he's under FBI investigation for allegedly leaking classified information. Again, this is who Tulsi Gabbard selected as her chief of staff at ODNI before he was made the director of National Counterterrorism Center. Why is he propping up all of these Iranian publications? Why is he attached at the hip with Trita Parsi? Why is he every single day speaking into his little selfie videos talking about how, Mr. President, you are being misadvised and I'm speaking to the Iranian people. And, then he says the president should just declare victory and walk away right now. Why should we declare victory when this isn't a victory? Why should we declare victory before we absolutely bomb the shit out of the Iranian regime? Why should we declare victory? So that the Iranians can be left alone and engage in a hudna and rearm themselves for another 10 years and then develop a nuclear weapon and then nuke Israel and nuke the United States of America? I think people should be very alarmed by the rhetoric coming out of ODNI and the rhetoric coming out of people like Tucker Carlson and Joe Kent, all of whom are clearly working together. This is clearly a coordinated operation to make people think like the United States of America is the aggressor and that Iran is some kind of innocent regime and that, Donald Trump is a neocon for wanting to protect the United States of America from being nuked by genocidal Muslims who want to kill and destroy everything that doesn't submit to Islam. I hope people are paying attention to this propaganda. I was able to actually ask Secretary of War Hegseth about this yesterday outside of the Central Command Center in Tampa, Florida at MacDill Air Force Base. And he held a briefing and I was able to ask him 3 questions, actually. A question about GITMO, a question about Cuba. And then I also asked him about the capabilities of the Department of War to find and execute every last remaining member of IRGC leadership if the Iranians refuse to come to the table and make a deal. And that's what I asked him while we were at CENTCOM, which is pretty great. That's the main military command center where they handle all of the operations out of the Middle East. They're coordinating right now all of the airstrikes and all of the attacks that you're currently seeing in Iran from the United States happens at CENTCOM. And so it was quite an honor to be there that day while strikes were literally happening, right? Being directed out of CENTCOM while we were there visiting with the Secretary of War. So it was an honor to be there. And, another thing that I found to be so striking is you constantly hear these woke right podcasters that will say things like, oh, like people didn't sign up to join the military so they could go die for Israel. We don't want our troops to die. Yeah, we don't want any troops to die, obviously. But when people sign up to join the military, they sign up to pay the ultimate sacrifice. It's not like they're naive knowing like, oh, I'm going to join the military and I'm not going to run the risk of losing my life. Like everybody who signs up to join the military is committing a selfless and altruistic action in support of their nation because they love America. And they know, God forbid, someday they might actually pay the ultimate sacrifice for their country with their life. We don't want it to happen, but it might happen. So it's kind of disrespectful to our armed service members who obviously know what they signed up for. Because when Secretary of War Pete Hegseth was there at CENTCOM yesterday and we were able to watch him give a talk to all the staff at CENTCOM and all of the military officials, who were operating out of CENTCOM before he went and did his classified briefing, which of course we were not a part of, but we got to see him give a speech, and I have some of that right here. I'll play it for you momentarily. They were all ready to go. And Pete Hegseth was encouraging them, saying what a great job they're doing, how amazed he is at, what a fantastic job they've done with Operation Epic Fury, and how they're going to continue to strike Iran if they don't come to the table to make a deal with President Trump's administration, and how the American military is the strongest in the world, and how they're going to do the same thing to Cuba if the Cubans think that they're going to screw around and potentially acquire missiles that cross our border or attack our troops or attack our military bases. And all of the people at CENTCOM, you didn't see any of them poo-pooing the idea. They were all saying, "We're ready, Mr. Secretary. We're ready to go." They were eager, right? They were eager to carry out these strikes for the commander-in-chief, President Donald Trump. Carry out these strikes for America. Carry out these strikes against our adversaries, against the Islamic Republic of Iran. So when they tell you, oh, the troops are, they have low morale right now, they have extremely high morale. I was there at CENTCOM, I was there at GITMO, and I got to see it up close in person. They have the utmost respect for President Trump. They all cheered and clapped when he said President Trump's name. They didn't cheer and clap during the Obama years, if you recall. Remember that? So when you hear them say, oh, our military is, totally demoralized, none of them want to do this. When Joe Kent says, oh, our military members, they don't want to fight this war. Yes, they do. Yes, they do, actually. And they were very excited to do so. And we're very much looking forward to these strikes that we were promised today by President Trump before President Trump canceled these strikes a couple hours ago. So that was something that was very shocking to me that I wish everybody could have seen at CENTCOM yesterday, is just how eager everybody is in the military to carry out these strikes and to attack Iran and to make sure that Iran never obtains a nuclear weapon, and to liberate the people of Iran, and to carry out the mission, to carry out the Donroe Doctrine, as Pete Hegseth so eloquently laid out while he was at GITMO. And Rachel Ann has a really great point. The ones who talk about dying for Israel have no problem with millions dying for Islam. It's been going on since the Islamic Caliphate. So true. So true. It's so ironic, isn't it? Oh, I don't want to die for Israel. I don't want our troops dying for Israel. I'm not going to send my son to the military to die for Israel, but I am totally okay with my son and my child and my grandchild and my entire family and all of humanity being wiped out in a nuclear holocaust by the Islamic regime. I don't think people understand. I mean, yes, there's obviously the human cost of war. People die, sadly. Troops die. We try to avoid that at all costs. Civilians die. It's unfortunate. Happens. It's part of warfare. But what people need to be thinking about is the long-term death count and the long-term destruction that's going to happen if Iran does obtain a nuclear weapon, and if the Iranian regime is not subdued and put down like a dog. And what's going to happen long term if Iran is able to get support from Russia and China and other countries, other adversaries, to have nuclear weapons or to have more missile capabilities or drone technology, and then they further arm and fund their proxies in the Middle East and also in Europe and America. There's Iranian proxies in all 50 states. We have millions of Iranian proxies living here in the United States of America. I've shown the footage. We've sent Loomer Unleashed correspondents. Look at Charles Downs going outside of the White House following the strikes. Look what happened after the death of Khamenei. People in Dearborn, Michigan, and people in Washington, D.C. protesting with the flag of the Islamic Republic of Iran outside of the White House, holding a literal fucking funeral for Khamenei. So, yeah, we don't want troops dying abroad, but we also don't want millions of Americans dying in a nuclear fucking holocaust if Iran is able to obtain a nuclear weapon. So I find people like Tucker Carlson to be so low IQ. He's so arrogant, the way that he tries to say that everybody else has low intelligence and that everybody else is unaware, or they're an agent for Israel, or, oh, they just want to fight wars for Israel. And he even sells this merchandise on his website. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. I actually subscribe to his newsletter just so that I can keep tabs on him and his insanity, so that I can continue reporting back to the White House and letting them know how crazy he is and how much he's escalating. And I like keeping President Trump up to date with the shitty things that Tucker says about him, because, well, we all know a lot of his staff are not letting him know, right? They're not. I know for a fact that President Trump wasn't aware of any of the shit that Tucker was saying about him until I actually prepared a document and gave it to the president and showed him everything that Tucker and Marjorie Trader Green and others were saying about him. So I unfortunately only subscribe to Tucker's newsletter so that I can inform the president of the United States and, you know, people who need to know about the subversive activities that Tucker is engaged in, because, well, I think that people need to know. I think people need to be aware of how he's manipulating the American public into thinking that we're fighting a war for Israel. And he's not talking about the long-term death and destruction that is going to happen here in the homeland, not in some faraway land, not in Israel, not in the Middle East, not in Gaza, not in Iran, but here in the homeland. If Iran is somehow able to obtain a nuclear weapon or get support from our adversaries, and the Iranian regime isn't completely neutralized and overthrown by the end of Trump's administration. Just something to think about. But let's go ahead and we'll go ahead and play this interaction with Pete Hegseth and the troops at CENTCOM and the staff at CENTCOM. And again, he did another coin ceremony. He gave another talk. This was the part that we were privy to, because then he gave a private talk that the press wasn't allowed to attend. And again, just very inspirational, very motivating. And you can clearly see that the demeanor and the morale is very high. So contrary to what these people want you to think, our troops, our service members are actually very eager to go to war with Iran and to finish the job. Let's go ahead and play this clip.
And I just want to say, on behalf of the President of the United States, on behalf of the American people, how proud we are of the work that CENTCOM is undertaking. What an incredible testament to your leadership, to your audacity, to your courage, to your toughness, to your adaptability. What the War Department can do, what the fighting men and women of our country can do, is on full display through CENTCOM to the rest of the world. It has been for over 100 days, from major combat operations to this ceasefire to the blockade. At every turn, from the Admiral all the way down to every single troop in CENTCOM, you have been leading the way, charting the course for what American power looks like. And you should be incredibly proud of what you've accomplished, how you've done it, the adversary you're staring down, the important mission you have undertaken and are still undertaking to ensure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon, which everyone here understands why that is so critically important. You have stayed laser focused on that. Our job at the Pentagon has been to make sure that the Admiral and his team and everyone has everything they need in that mission to be successful, and we will continue in that. And even just today, the President of the United States revealed something to the American people, to the world, that you've been doing that the world didn't know, that is a follow-through of our mission and a reflection of the capabilities this COCOM has that no other in the world has and no other country in the world could conceivably do. So from the bottom of my heart to the uniformed and the civilians here, thank you for everything you do. Thank you for the way you do it. Thank you for setting the standard and making us proud. I read every report, I look at every piece of data and every statistic coming our way. And anything he needs, he can call me anytime, and we try to make sure we can deliver for you. The President reads them as well. He's tracking what you're doing, and he's exceedingly proud. So keep going. We're laser focused on exactly the outcome that the President desires on behalf of the American people, and we've made great progress. And as the President said today, they're not going to make a deal, and we're going to hit them hard. CENTCOM does that very well, better than anyone else in the world, and will have the effects we're looking to have on behalf of the American people. So Godspeed. Thank you for what you do. Let's give away some coins, and then we'll talk a little bit more. God bless. Thank you.
So again, CENTCOM is headquartered at MacDill Air Force Base in Tampa, Florida, and is commanded by Admiral Brad Cooper. And you could see there that when we were there yesterday, Secretary of War Hegseth, we were probably there for about, I would say, 2 hours. We ended up getting back to Washington, D.C. 2 hours later than was expected, because he really took his time meeting with people at GITMO, spending his time speaking with people at CENTCOM. And so it was great to watch. And then shortly after that, after he gave his inspiring remarks and he met with Admiral Cooper and he met with other officials, he then gave a briefing outside of CENTCOM where I was able to ask several questions, along with the two other reporters who attended this trip with me. And we can go ahead and play this clip of Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, just arriving to this briefing after his meeting with Brad Cooper and his meeting with other officials at CENTCOM regarding these strikes on Iran. And then we'll get into the questions. So let's go ahead and play this clip. And for those of you who are wondering what it was like, you see the setup right there. We were waiting, right, obviously in front of him, and I was standing probably like 4 feet away from him on the right-hand side asking questions. And then there was Fox News, and then there was a reporter from Reuters. So very intimate, up and close. We were able to each ask about 2 to 3 questions. I got 3 questions in. That doesn't generally happen because usually there's way more reporters on these trips, or the press pools are larger, but just giving you guys some behind the scenes as to how this went down. So we ended up waiting for him after his private classified briefing. And then, we were waiting outside and he took his time, right? We were supposed to be out of there 2 hours earlier. But it's a testament to how much he cares and how, he's willing to spend extra time. He's not just trying to rush in and complete the task and get out, right? He really took his time and spent time with these military leaders and our troops, and really just tries to make everybody feel very special. And again, very inspirational remarks there, off the cuff. Okay. You don't really find those qualities in a lot of leaders, but I'll say it again, right? Fangirling over here, but I'm not really fangirling, just actually reporting the real news here. The media would be telling you this if they actually reported news honestly, but they don't. They want to demonize Pete Hegseth. I got to see it up close in person, and I just find it to be remarkable, really, just really remarkable. A real great American patriot. What a patriot he is. Let's go ahead and play this clip.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's good to be here at U.S. Central Command. Admiral Cooper, the commander of CENTCOM, was going to be here with me. We just got done with detailed briefings, but of course he is busy because CENTCOM, Central Command, will be busy tonight because President Trump said we will be hitting Iran hard, and we will be. Because Iran has a chance to make a good deal, a great deal, to codify what they said they've been willing to do, and they haven't been willing to do it. So, as President Trump said, they've been tapping. You can see when someone's trying to tap on a deal. Instead, they're going to have tap bombs dropping on key facilities in Iran from the United States of America. And that's not because we want to restart anything we don't have to restart. It's because the War Department is prepared to set the terms to ensure that we get the kind of deal President Trump expects. And Admiral Cooper and the team here at CENTCOM has done a phenomenal job from the beginning on Epic Fury and through this blockade, ensuring that we have a chance to reach that end state, which is Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, which they say they don't want. And so since we're so close to that negotiated deal, if that's the case, they should step up and do it. There's another thing that was revealed today by the president that the press has not been aware of, but certainly this building, the U.S. Central Command, has known, is that Project Freedom, the idea of running ships through the Strait of Hormuz, it never stopped. It just went underground. And so there's some things the public knows and some things the public doesn't know. But ultimately, we've been protecting commercial shipping going through the Strait of Hormuz, as the president announced, to the tune of over 100 million barrels that have moved through and more in the middle of the night, protected by the United States in a way that Iran can't stop. They can't see it and they can't stop it. So answer me this. If our blockade is ironclad, which it is, we just disabled another tanker attempting to leave just yesterday. Our blockade has stopped almost 140 ships attempting to navigate in or out to Iranian ports. So if our blockade is ironclad, which it is, and we're able to move commercial shipping in and out of the Strait of Hormuz, who controls the Strait of Hormuz? And President Trump said it, and he's right. The United States of America controls the Strait of Hormuz. We're able to bring oil in and out and other things with partners, and have done so now for weeks and weeks in ways the Iranians don't want to acknowledge. That's a powerful reality on the ground. Add that to what the United States military, what Central Command did to their Navy, to their Air Force, to their air defenses, to their power projection capabilities, and we know exactly on this ledger who's on the strong end and who is not, who's had decisive effects and who can't defend. And so from the beginning, we've shown overwhelmingly the kind of capabilities the War Department can bring. This building continues to plan. And so those strikes that'll happen tonight will be strong. They will be clear. If they happen to happen tomorrow night, they will be strong and they will be clear. And throughout, Iran has an opportunity to make a deal. That's the point. President Trump is a deal maker, the best in the world. He's prepared to make that deal. Iran would be wise to take it. Otherwise, they would have to deal with the types of plans that I just had a chance to see inside Central Command. And
So after he ended those remarks, I had the opportunity to ask several questions. So I want to go ahead and play the first question I asked him about the IRGC and whether or not, what the capability was of our Department of War and our troops and Central Command to identify and track down, find, locate, and also execute every single remaining member of the IRGC and IRGC senior leadership if Iran refused to come to the table and make a deal. And Secretary of War Hegseth was kind enough to answer all of the questions that I asked. And again, just you didn't really see this during the Biden administration. They were very evasive. They didn't exactly make themselves available to reporters to answer questions. And off the cuff, right? No scripted questions. I had my questions ready. Nobody had my questions ahead of time. No pre-scripted questions. I remember when I became a member of the Pentagon Press Corps, all the liberal media said, we're not going to sign that. We're not going to sign those terms. We're not going to agree to not solicit classified information inside the Pentagon. They're going to make you turn in your questions ahead of time, and you're only allowed to ask questions that they have scripted ahead of time. The most bullshit lie I've ever heard in my life. Never have I ever had anything scripted from the Department of War. In fact, the Department of War has actually defended me, believe it or not. When I became a member of the Pentagon Press Corps and the liberal media was attacking me and they were attacking Secretary of War Hegseth for giving me credentials, Secretary of War Hegseth and the Department of War actually issued a statement in support of me and said that the press would be better if more members of the media were like Laura Loomer. They actually did that. So not only do they support press freedom and they let you ask whatever question you want to ask, and they give you incredible access if you're a member of the Pentagon Press Corps, but wow, nobody's really ever defended me in terms of an actual cabinet member. Trump's defended me before when they've attacked me and he said, oh, she's a free spirit, she's a patriot, she's a fighter, I like her. But aside from that, like, not a lot of people are going to stick their necks out for you. But he did. He's a real leader and he gets it. He understands he understands how to deal with the fake news media. I think like working for Fox News and having so much experience dealing with the media and dealing with reporters probably prepared him for this. But again, it's just another testament to his character and how amazing it is being a member of the Pentagon Press Corps. Because I never thought that I would be traveling on an official military U.S. government plane, right, that says United States of America with the Secretary of War, let alone going to GITMO. When I was a kid and I was watching the War on Terror and they opened up GITMO, I think in 2002, under Bush to detain a lot of these 9/11 terrorists and Islamic terrorists who were in Al-Qaeda and the Taliban, who they wanted to, have these military trials for in Guantanamo Bay. Never thought that I would ever be visiting GITMO, but here I am, right? Here I am, and I think it's quite an honor, and it's a shame that other members of the media don't express gratitude for the type of openness and transparency that this administration gives them, because I think it's quite unprecedented compared to anything I've really ever seen in previous administrations. But let's go ahead and play the question and the answer from Secretary Hegseth. Again, this is me yesterday asking him a question outside of Central Command. So in the event that the Iranians don't come to the table and they keep playing games and they refuse to make a deal, how certain are you on our targeting ability to immediately find and finish off and execute every remaining senior leader within the Islamic Republic of Iran in IRGC?
Well, let's just say this command has used the ceasefire wisely and with great efficiency to ensure that we are refining our intelligence and target sets in a way that are far beyond even the beginning of Epic Fury. And that's a part of what I had a chance to see today. So when you see the commencement of Epic Fury, if a conflict were to have to recommence, our ability to target, our ability to sense, our ability to see, our ability to get into networks has only been vastly improved over time. So, and that's certainly what the commanders relayed to me. So the historic success of Epic Fury would only be built upon, whether it's personnel, locations, capabilities, you name it. And again, remember, Iran doesn't have a defense industrial base, and what they have is extremely limited, meaning they don't have the ability right now to make more missiles or make more drones. What they have is what they have, and if they've dug it out, we'll strike it again if we need to. So we know the terms, and we've got always more capability to bring.
And then, of course, we spent half the day at GITMO, and as I showed you in that speech that he gave to the troops there, he was talking about how Cuba was going to find out really fast, right? Fuck around, find out, like they did in Venezuela, if they somehow acquired weapons that could, or found themselves acquiring weapons or bringing weapons across our border or attacking Americans, or because it's only 90 miles off the coast of Florida, right? From the southernmost point, if you ever go to Key West and you see the big sign, 90 miles, right? 90 miles from Cuba. So you have this communist regime, a hostile regime that, you know, has, the Chinese clearly have signal intelligence bases in Cuba, right? Everybody knows that. So you have the CCP with signal intelligence bases there, spying on Americans, spying on the US military. You have Russians, you have all types of hostile adversaries helping the communist regime in Cuba. And I was just very interested after hearing him talk about the possibility of the Cubans firing or acquiring weapons and using them against the Americans, how quickly a U.S. military operation like the one we saw conducted in Venezuela against Maduro and the narco terrorists in Venezuela could be carried out in Cuba, and whether or not a capture and kill operation was still on the table, or was it, you know, possibly being discussed, just like it was with Nicolas Maduro. And here's the question and the answer from Secretary of War Hegseth yesterday at CENTCOM. How long would a U.S. military operation take to remove the communist regime in Cuba, and what would happen per se, and how long would it take to, you know, reestablish order if President Trump were to decide to do a capture or kill operation with Miguel Diaz-Canel like he did with Maduro?
All I would say is options, options, options. Our job is to present options at different scales, depending on where the commander-in-chief and the president of the United States wants to go.
So capture and kill is still an option?
We've got options all over the map, just like we've got lots of options in CENTCOM. That's our job.
Yeah.
Our building literally plans for a living. So besides the Pentagon, no one plans better than United States Central Command. So to kind of bring it back home to while we're here, those options are all those options are on the table. The president expects us to be strong and resolute with the way that we respond and bring firepower, and we will certainly do that if need be. So thank you for traveling with us today very much, and we'll strike them hard tonight.
And then, of course, I had to ask about GITMO because we didn't do a briefing while we were at GITMO. We did the briefing at CENTCOM, but we did spend half the day at GITMO. And GITMO, of course, was notorious for being the detention facility, in addition to being a naval base in Cuba that, you know, is a command center ready, where our troops are prepared to defend our country in the event of, you know, possible attacks from Cuba. It's base, but it's also a military detention camp for Islamic terrorists. And we were told in the beginning of the Trump administration that Guantanamo Bay was going to be expanded, if you recall, President Trump said Guantanamo Bay was going to be expanded and they were going to do additional construction at Guantanamo Bay to house the worst of the worst. Well, that has not happened. And currently there are only 15 Islamic terrorists and prisoners that are still being held to this day at GITMO. And most of those people are either ISIS terrorists or, Yemeni terrorists, Al-Qaeda terrorists, Taliban terrorists. So a lot of them are individuals related to the 9/11 Islamic terrorist attacks, including Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, the mastermind of 9/11, and multiple other 9/11 co-conspirators. And it's kind of shocking that we are paying, it costs over $100 million a year to operate GITMO. Taxpayer money, of course. And why are we paying for Islamic terrorists who helped murder and plotted the murder of nearly 3,000 Americans that day alone on 9/11, not to mention the thousands of service members who have died in the war on terror, whether it be from actual, direct death in combat in the Middle East or, suicide from the trauma that they obtained while fighting in the war on terror overseas, or, illnesses that they developed from the toxic pits, or, diseases that they developed, or, shortness of their lifespan due to traumatic injuries, whether it be brain injuries or amputations, right? Lots of quadriplegics, a lot of amputations. Just so much loss of human life, loss of American life. And yet these terrorists are being taken care of, right, at a military base, GITMO, but still, right, being taken care of with U.S. tax dollars, provided food, provided shelter, provided healthcare, provided lawyers. And it's just an abomination that they haven't been executed yet. Right? I mean, we're coming up on the 25th anniversary of 9/11 this year. It's shocking, right? I was 8 years old when 9/11 happened, but I vividly remember it. And grew up watching the war on terror. I had those Iraqi training cards. Remember those Iraqi cards that they had, the Iraqi playing cards of the most wanted terrorists? They were issued by the CIA. Do you remember those cards? While a lot of kids were playing with Pokemon cards, I was playing with those cards, right? So I was sitting on recess at school on my breaks playing with my, Iraqi most wanted terrorist cards that were issued by the CIA to help Americans identify and locate and turn in these Islamic jihadists for rewards, right? During the war on terror. If you recall, a lot of people had those cards. I certainly had those cards. But that being said, it's kind of shocking. I don't think that a lot of Americans know that there's still 15 Islamic terrorists that are being held prisoner, rightfully so, although I personally would just shoot them in the head. I mean, I think that they deserve a bullet in between the eyes, but they have lawyers. You recall the Biden administration tried to make a plea deal with Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, and then they tried to pretend like they didn't know about the plea deal. Remember that? Do you remember when the Biden administration tried to make a plea deal with Khalid Sheikh Mohammed so that he could avoid the death penalty? I mean, absolute bullshit, right? But we are still paying for these people to receive care, and I just don't understand why they haven't been executed. So I asked Secretary of War Hegseth about this as well.
I know we spent half the day at GITMO with you. There's still currently 15 prisoners there, mostly Islamic jihadists. So given Khalid Sheikh Mohammed's detailed confessions to orchestrating 9/11 and other al-Qaeda plots, why has the United States government chosen to keep him alive and comfortable at GITMO for decades along with these other Islamic jihadists instead of executing them and delivering justice for the 3,000 victims of 9/11 and the other service members who lost their lives in the war on terror?
Well, I appreciate the question. There's a reason we started the day down at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, in CENTCOM, is because we want to make sure Cuba understands that the United States capabilities are robust. It's right in our neighborhood. The Donroe Doctrine is in full effect, and we're going to be prepared to defend with all the capabilities we need there, but also everything the War Department could bring to bear. So my message was clear there, and it was great to be with the Marines and others, do a little PT, see how fired up they are about their mission down there. But listen, I've written extensively about it. These GITMO detainees should have been executed, in my mind, personally, a long time ago for the crimes of what they committed against the American people. Unfortunately, the gears of American justice got gunked up all the way back to when I was a guard at Guantanamo Bay. In 2004, 2005, I was one of the guards, one of the, exterior guards, small part, in the first attempts on these trials that were just starting, and there was a lot of hope. Hey, we might be able to try these guys swiftly for the crimes they've committed against the United States of America. And then the whether it's international groups or lawyers and the things on top got layered on top and it all got stuck. We're committed to the death penalty in that case and in any others. We don't have any interest in.
Is there a way to expedite it though? Because it's been over 2 decades.
Whatever we can do, we'll do. But I share your frustration.
We'll see. I think that one of the best things we can do to celebrate 250 years of America and also honor the victims on the 25th anniversary of 9/11, which is going to be this year, is to execute Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. So, look, if Jeffrey Epstein can commit suicide in his jail cell and the cameras can be malfunctioned while he committed suicide in his jail cell, and Maduro can be captured in the middle of the night with no U.S. casualties, can't we find a way to make Khalid Sheikh Mohammed have an accident in his jail cell at Gitmo? Oh, he got food poisoned and he died. He had a gastrointestinal issue and his stomach exploded. What a shame. Oh, God, I don't know how this man who's in his 60s, he's like 65 years old, he just had a massive heart attack in his sleep and died. Wow, what a shame. We found him dead. Oh my God, there was an electrical fire and all of the Islamic terrorists got burned alive in their cells at Gitmo. We just couldn't put out the fire on time. What a shame. Oh my God, he tripped and he fell and he's an old man and he hit his head and he got a brain bleed and whoops, well, he's dead. Don't know how that happened. I mean, come on, our government is surely creative, right? Surely, because come on. We all know our government has killed people. I've always been told that they have these things called heart attack guns. The CIA, have you heard about this? The heart attack gun? Look this up. You don't believe me. There's something called a heart attack gun. It's some weapon apparently that the intel agencies have where they're allowed to, like, they can prick you with this substance or prick you with some kind of needle and it's non-detectable and it can actually give you heart attack, right? The CIA heart attack gun is a top secret, non-lethal assassination weapon publicly revealed during the 1975 U.S. Senate Church Committee. It was designed to fire a poisonous dart that induces fatal cardiac arrest while leaving virtually no trace in the victim's bloodstream. Why can't they do this to the terrorists at Gitmo? Why? Why can't somebody just go in there in the middle of the night and shoot them with the heart attack gun, the CIA heart attack gun? CIA Director John Ratcliffe, your country is counting on you, and I have faith in you. I am rooting for you, sir. It is your duty to find a way to make sure that Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and these other filthy Islamic terrorists are somehow dead before the 25th anniversary of the 9/11 Islamic terrorist attacks. I have faith in you, John Ratcliffe. I have faith in you. I'll be rooting for you. But no, seriously. I mean, if Jeffrey Epstein can commit suicide in his jail cell and the cameras can just, wow. Oh my God, at the exact same time that Jeffrey Epstein hung himself, the camera seems to be missing a frame. Oh my God, I have no idea how that happened. We have absolutely no idea. We swear to God, we have no idea. Trust me, bro, we had no idea. If Jeffrey Epstein can commit suicide in his jail cell and the camera footage can go missing, I'm pretty sure Khalid Sheikh Mohammed can accidentally trip and fall and hit his head and have a brain bleed or die from a massive heart attack and whoops, the cameras just weren't working. It's pretty much an abomination that these people have not been executed. I personally would live stream it, and I'm personally a fan of the torture that was carried out at Guantanamo Bay. I think that we need to actually increase funding for Gitmo, and we should make it a torture facility and actually torture terrorists to teach them a lesson, especially as we face growing threats of Islamic Jihad and Islamic domination in the United States of America. I personally think that these enhanced interrogation tactics, as they like to call them, were very effective during the war on terror, and we should bring them back for, narco terrorists, for Islamic terrorists, and teach people a lesson. But only 15 prisoners still remain at Gitmo to this day. All of them jihadis, right? All of them jihadis. And I just think it's disgraceful that we're coming up on 25 years since 9/11, and the mastermind of 9/11 is still living comfortably in a jail cell at Gitmo. I don't know if a lot of people knew this or not, but Hopefully, if you agree with me that they should be executed, you could press 1 in the chat. I mean, they could easily take him out. They could easily take him out. There's so many things they could do. They could poison his food. They could make him have a heart attack. I don't know. Like, they could trip him and he could have a fall. They could, like, stage a suicide, you know? Jeffrey Epstein had a staged suicide. I don't know. Maybe, can't he just, like, fall into a noose? Help, I've fallen into a noose and I can't get up. Woo! I don't know. Can't something be done? Can't something be done to make these Islamic terrorists who killed 3,000 Americans on 9/11 just disappear before the 25th anniversary? Again, I see people in the chats here, the old heart attack gun. So I'm not the only person who's heard of this. There are ways to make people disappear. There are ways to make people disappear and make it look like it was suicide or make it look like it was an accident. There are ways. There are ways. There are ways, but I don't know why it hasn't been done. Scroll up. We'll take 1 or 2 more questions and then we'll see you next week. Let's see. Anyone could be taken out easy. Exactly. In this day and age, anybody could. Flaw Hustler said they don't want him dead. Well, I think more people need to start asking questions about this. Pellets that are frozen and they melt when injected into the skin. Okay, so that's another way, I guess. I don't know. I'm learning about so many ways that you can kill somebody. You learn something new every episode. Someone said wishing death. Yeah, of course I'm going to wish death. These are terrorists who murdered 3,000 Americans. Oh my God, if you're one of these people that says you're wishing death on innocent people, this is not the show for you. These are not innocent people. These are terrorists who murdered your fellow Americans. They deserve the death penalty. They deserve the death penalty. So if you don't think that it's acceptable to wish death on Islamic terrorists who murdered 3,000 Americans, there's something wrong with you. Let's see, you can scroll down. Someone said Israel can do it. Well, I don't even care who does it at this point in time. I just think that these Islamic terrorists need to be taken out. They just need to be taken out because we should not be paying for it. We should not be paying for Islamic terrorists to be taken care of for over 2 decades at GITMO when they murdered or participated in the murder of over 3,000 Americans. I think we can all agree. I think we can all agree. With that, thanks so much for tuning in tonight to tonight's episode of Loomer Unleashed. I hope you all enjoyed the coverage from my behind the scenes coverage from my trip with the Pentagon yesterday to GITMO and also to CENTCOM. Be sure that you're following me on Rumble, rumble.com/Laura Loomer. Hit the green follow button, download the Rumble app, and enable notifications on your phone so that you never miss an episode when I go live. Also, be sure that you're following me on X at Laura Loomer and on X at Loomer Unleashed. You can rewatch the show. It's pinned at the top of my X account. I keep it pinned usually for about 2 to 3 days. And then it's also on my Rumble channel as well. So if you want to go back and you want to rewatch the episode, you can do so if you joined late. And a lot of those clips that I showed you on my show tonight from my questions that I asked Secretary of War Hegseth are also posted as clips on my X account. So be sure that you're following me. Follow me on Rumble. Be sure that you're following me at loomered.com, which is my website. And then that way you can also contact me on my tip line. You can read all the articles that we have, a lot of election coverage. And if you click the tip line, you can send in a tip. Right? Maybe you want to expose somebody in the government, or maybe you are a government official yourself and you want to blow the whistle on something, whatever it may be, or maybe you just want to send me a comment. All tips can be anonymous if you wish to remain anonymous, but I definitely read. I read all of my own tips. Nobody reads them for me. So I go through every single tip that I receive. So if you're going to be sending something, I'm going to see it. And I personally respond to that email as well. So hopefully I'll hear from you. Right? Always love getting some good tips on the tip line and love breaking stories, exposing corruption. And as I said before, anonymity is protected. But with that, thank you so much for tuning in to tonight's episode of Loomer Unleashed. I hope you all enjoyed this. And I will see you next week for another live episode on Tuesday. Have a great weekend.
There is a young female journalist, conservative journalist by the name of Laura Loomer.
If America's men acted like Laura Loomer, our problems would be fixed in about 5 minutes.
Chained herself to
She
Twitter.
chained herself.
Radio down. Listen to the band by the band. Honey, I hold your hand. Your eyes look tired. I like you when you talk it down. Turn the radio down. I like you when you talk it down. Turn the radio down. And when you speak, I might be able to listen to you. Hallelujah, my God. Fast asleep in the back of my car. I like you when you talk down. To you, hallelujah, my God. Windows fogging up in my car. I like you when you talk down. I like you when you talk down. You put on this fair, and you lean back in your chair, then you turn it down low. I got 50 miles. I like you when you talk down. Turn the radio down. I like you when you talk down. Turn the radio. Every little kiss on Nebraska. You blush when I ask you questions about your past. I like you when you talk down. Turn the radio down. I like you when you talk down. Turn the radio down. And when you speak, I might bend to listen to you, hallelujah. My God, fast asleep in the back of my car. I like you when you talk down. I like you when you talk down. When you speak, I might bend to listen to you, hallelujah. My God, windows fogging up in my car. I like you when you talk down. When I get home, I want you. Hello, I got places to be.
Good evening, everybody. You're watching America First. My name is Nicholas J. Fuentes. We have a great show for you tonight.
Okay.
Well. Would you look at the time? Would you look at the time? The broken clock is right again. Would you look at the time? Print your apology forms. I told you so. And this is the last thing I'm going to say about it. And then because I don't want to crash out again for 100 minutes like I did the other day, but. Okay, you're a bitch, she's a bitch, you're a couple of bitches. You and your wife and your whole family are bitches. And it's a perfect match. Happy? Now everybody's happy. So anyway. So that's that. That's my response to Trent Horn. He's got that look, he's got those like big, So anyway, so that's that. But I want to move on. We're gonna move on. Get into the news. Anyway, we're gonna move on. We're going to move on, and we're going to get into the news. Our featured story, we're going to talk about trade, and this isn't... We can't be held hostage by this country forever. When will it end? When will any leader put their foot down and reassert American sovereignty? Do we run the world, or does Israel? Do we even run our own country? Do we control our own military? Do we control our own government, or does Israel?
And everything is going to the beat. And everything is going to the beat. And everything is going to...
As a race, human beings, we're a blip in existence. Death is promised. So what do you do with your life?
Can you switch it? The golden goal for the United States! For the first time since the 1980 miracle!
How do you make your voice the loudest?
I'd be much more comfortable if you were number 2. I see. Sorry, but I'm the one.
Una trompeta canta el poeta y están gritando en la banqueta. ¿O qué será? ¿Qué será? Que me despierta por la noche y me hace temblar, me hace llorar.
How can you call it a movement when you have no motion? You can't call it a movement because you have no motion.
The golden age of America begins right now. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first.
On the curb. Money don't mean nothing to me, bitch. Show me what you worth. Show me what you worth in. Show me what we're working with. Show me how you move it. Then show me what you do with it. All the chains on me, bitch. I feel like a cooling kid. I'm about to smash. I bring that hammer. I got my tool to get that bitch. Come inside with me, baby. This money crazy as a lately. I got the website sack on Resi. I got this man back on tans. I put this bitch on the fence. Yeah, you don't got cut up, baby. You caught the barbed wire fence. Oh, you climb on me. Oh, you climb on me. She gon' jump over the fence and climb on me. Climax with me, baby, you want it, let's go.
Where's America?
Took it to the head. What you want for?
I am America.
What's real? God put me in. Take up with the wheel. Bitch, you back again. You already know the drill. Yeah, less is plenty. Yeah, more is many. When they waste my time with none of y'all pussies, if you let me. Oh, bitch, I'm in a different lane. We got different kind of money, different type of change. Got that battery BJ on us, that's their private chain. I just went and smoked this bitch, I call that Mary Jane. Brought that mask on my face, kill it like I'm vain. Yeah, right now we live the dream, so baby, don't complain.
This is a beacon to all real Americans. If you want to take your country back, you have to stand up and take your own side. It's all coming down to this. In 2026, in the midterms, we are showing up, and the Groypers are showing up with us.
I don't wanna feel it, so I want it, that's the deal.
Are you ready? Okay, let's go. In the days after the September attacks, there were countless rumors about strange coincidences surrounding the events. One report about a group of Middle Eastern men spotted the morning of September 11th parked just across the river from New York City has not gone away.
They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. Nigga, how Hitler? They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. All my niggas Nazis, nigga, how
Hitler? The Romans? Where were they now?
You're looking at him, asshole.
me.
Democrats wouldn't support it, independents wouldn't support it, and Republicans would not support it. And it's time to just say it outright. Donald Trump is the Matrix president. Okay? In 2016, Hillary Clinton was the Matrix candidate. J.D. Vance is the Matrix candidate. They ordered Trump to nominate him. Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, and Tucker Carlson ordered Trump to pick J.D. Vance. We live in a system that is controlled by one party, and they played the parties off of each other. They've done it forever. When Israel was under attack, they played into the right wing because they knew that the Republican Party would say things like, there's a Muslim takeover of America. Trump said he was going to bomb Iran. We're tough. So they leaned into the Republican cultural stuff. That's why Charlie Kirk says Islam is taking over America, because that kind of Islamophobic rhetoric plays well with the right wing. That's why they did it. There's no Muslim takeover of America. There's a Jewish takeover of America, obviously. And the Republicans are involved in it just as much as the Democrats. And this is what they don't want you to hear.
What she pleases, 'cause she's happy on her own, and she picks up all the pieces. She's going home. Baby, I'm home, I'm home, I'm home. Yeah, she's going home. Baby, I'm home, I'm home, I'm home. Seems so easy, 'cause she did it on her own. There's so much she can teach me. She's going home. Baby, I'm home, I'm home, I'm home. Yeah, she's going home. Baby, I'm home, I'm home, I'm home. She's made her peace with everything. Yeah, she's going home. Baby, I'm home, I'm home, I'm home. Yeah, she's going home. Baby, I'm home, I'm home, I'm home. Yeah, she's going home. Baby, I'm home, I'm home, I'm home. She's going home. Baby, I'm home, I'm home, I'm home.
popping mad noise, gon' get what they ask for. You know I pay cash for it. That dough running fast for it. You still in the swag, boy? You could've just asked for it. Won't smoke, we can match, boy. I'm turned to the max, boy. Told you what the facts was. They gave me the axe for it. Knew I would bounce back, Lord. Cause you got my back, Lord. They tryna attack, Lord. Turn me to a pack, Lord. That dough running fast, boy. And I don't have to rap for it. Yeah, he a bad boy. And when I got baptized, I said a prayer. It went, Lord, please don't let me be like these rap guys. You make people like me. So you could point your middle finger and say, there go the bad guy.
The reality of Nick Fuentes, they are getting stronger. I don't want to pretend, oh no, they're totally irrelevant. You know, we shouldn't be worried about them. That's not true at all. They're getting much stronger.
People, I know young people, they sit and listen to them and go, you know, that's true. Nobody ever mentions that, but there's some truth to that.
Instagram suggested a Nick Fuentes reel, and all the comments were like, Fuentes is right.
I had not listened to anything from Nick Fuentes once, not even a clip, nothing, until about 6 months ago.
It was bad for President Trump to have Ye West and Nick Fuentes over for dinner.
It's undeniable. This young dude is a force to be reckoned with.
Amazing.
Why are we fighting in Iran? It's not about nukes. It's not about missiles. All you have to do is take a look at a map. They have made peace with Egypt, Jordan, Emirates, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia. They have destroyed the regime in Iraq, Syria, and soon to be Iran. And what this gives them is unbridled, unlimited power. To do what exactly? Well, most likely to expand their territory. Who exactly would stop them? The answer is nobody. If Israel controls that region, how rich, how powerful can they become? My issue with Iranian regime change is that we are creating an Israeli superpower that not even we will be able to restrain. Look at how they have used us like an instrument. They stole a nuclear arsenal from us. They got all of this military technology from us. We defeated their foes. And now we have essentially handed this to them. Now they're ready to cut the umbilical cord and become their own superpower. We endured the cost, we paid the money, our soldiers died, our country burned so that an Israeli superpower could be born. And now our country will be in the wreckage.
All right, 15 seconds. Guidance is internal.
This country was conquered
5
by those who move forward.
4. Ignition sequence start.
You are the best chess player in the world, without a doubt, aren't you?
5.
I'm the most brutal and vicious and most ruthless champion there's ever been. There's no one can stop me. Let's go, Conqueror. No, I'm Alexander. He's no Alexander. I'm the best ever.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 4, 3, 2. Ignition sequence start.
We are America.
5,
Seconds to
12,
none.
11,
We
10,
own the finish
9.
line.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
I would drive up and down the 405 just to hold your hand at night. I feel your heart right in mine. Mine might be in yours
phone keeps having a tantrum. You won't boy got the party. This song your national anthem. Full gold and I'm platinum. Me bro shit is on magnums. Got girls flocking all over cause I'm young lace and I'm handsome. If you talk shit then I bang them. You banned out in a mansion.
But one of them caught our eye, the one in the center. He would neither go towards the feeding grounds at the edge of the ice, nor return to the colony. Shortly afterwards, we saw him heading straight towards the mountains, some 70 kilometers away. Dr. Ainley explained that even if he caught him and brought him back to the colony, he would immediately head right back for the mountains. But why?
A year and a half ago, people said, I just can't even imagine Trump bringing us to war in Iran. For regime change? That's insane. It's unimaginable. And now it's inevitable. Now it's unthinkable that we're not going to war. And that is because of the coercive influence of organized crime inside of our country. I think I'm MAGA. Kiss me, I'm Irish. We, the Americans, are going to take our country back. I won't even let death stop me. Who is America? I am America.
Rich water, I can't see the time, but I'm having the time of my life. Chris Paul, the game on the line, I'm dropping the dime on him.
He quotes took Turning Point USA and fucked it.
Americanism, not globalism, will be our credo. It's going to be only America first. America first. The American people will come first once again. With respect, the respect that we deserve. From this day forward, it's going to be only America first. America first.
Good evening, everybody. You're watching America First. My name is Nicholas J. Fuentes. We have a great show for you tonight. Very excited to be back here with you tonight on Thursday. We have a lot to talk about tonight, lots to get into. Big show. Our featured story tonight, we're talking all about the Zionist takeover of CNN by none other than Bari Weiss. It's her country now. It's over. Larry Ellison is the president. Bari Weiss is the secretary of propaganda. No, you're not having a terrible, terrible dream. You haven't died and gone to hell. This is our lives now. The latest news from the New York Post and Axios is that now that Skydance Paramount has acquired Warner Brothers, which also includes the CNN television channel, once the deal is completed, Bari Weiss, who is currently the editor-in-chief of CBS News, she will move on and assume control next over CNN. So we are living in a timeline where most likely before the end of the year, both CBS News and CNN will fall under the editorial control of Barry Weiss. From the free press to full control over one of the major big three network television channels and one of the big three cable television channels, it's all her. And we'll talk all about it. Obviously, it's a very disturbing development. And it's sort of interesting because there's this dynamic going on where at CBS, she comes in and she immediately destroys 60 Minutes. Now, that's a good thing because 60 Minutes is extremely liberal. They're partisan Democrats. They lie all the time. And so ordinarily, we would say that's a good thing. CBS News overall is being gutted. It's a very liberal network. You would say that's a good thing. But what is replacing it is a very liberal network that is just pro-Israel, though. Same thing at CNN. Okay, so CNN is our enemy, right? Lying, fake news, CNN, they're anti-Trump, they're very liberal. It's a good thing. There's a changing of the guard at CNN. Once again, they're talking about bringing in the CEO of the Daily Beast to run CNN or CBS News. They're going to hire all liberals. They're just going to be pro-Israel Jews instead. They're going to be like a little bit more sympathetic to Republicans, a lot more sympathetic to Israel, but they're still basically liberal. And so it's just a pity that both sides can't lose. I wish that both sides could just take a dive here, but we'll get into all that. We're going to talk about it. We're also going to talk tonight about a brand new report from the intelligence community, specifically the Defense Intelligence Agency, about an extremely high risk posed to U.S. national security by Israeli intelligence. They have been upgraded to the highest security warning for espionage and counterintelligence on U.S. soil. U.S. military now sees Israel as a greater intelligence threat than even some of our enemies. They are worse than any ally, and they are worse than almost all of our enemies in terms of intelligence risk. There's a pretty damning report. It talks about how they spy on Secret Service vehicles, planting listening devices in and around the White House and other national security facilities, and they're bugging the phones, laptops, and personal devices of all the civilian and military people that go to Israel to negotiate with or defend that country. Pretty damning stuff, but not anything we didn't really know about already. So we're going to talk about that too. Should be a pretty good show. It's kind of a slow day today, so we're looking for stuff to talk about because, yeah, it's not really too much going on. I was thinking about canceling the show, but I figured it's been many 4-day weeks lately. I got to at least make it to Thursday. So we're a little bit late and there's not a ton of content, but it's going to be a good show. Before we get into it, I want to remind you to smash the follow button on Rumble. Smash the like button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about the show. Check out our merch store at Fuentes.store. And if you want to support the show, subscribe at AmericaFirst.plus. $15 a month to get access to the archive, $100 a month to get access to the group chat with me. And I'm in there hanging out with the people. I haven't been in there past couple days. It's just been so slow. It's been a slow year. I mean, we're like halfway through the year. July 1st, I think, is 6 months down. And what has even really happened? You've got this war, which is a big nothing. And that's it. That's about everything that has happened. White people keep getting murdered by black people. Okay, what else is new? So it's been pretty lame. Not too much going on. Yeah, the only development in the war in Iran today, did you see this? It's just like, I don't even know what else to say about it anymore. I'm just out of things to say. So, as you know, the United States bombed Iran on Tuesday. We bombed them again yesterday. And yesterday, Trump comes out, again, after bombing Iran 2 days in a row. You think he means business this time. Trump comes out yesterday and says, if Iran doesn't make a deal tomorrow, then we're going to annihilate them. Okay. So we've heard that before. I feel like we've heard that about 100 times. I've lost count how many times we've been through the rigmarole with that. I told you, it's the same cycle every week. Trump comes out and says, they want to make a deal. They begged us to extend the ceasefire. They want to make a deal more than anyone even realizes. Iran comes out the next day and says, yeah, never happened. And then Trump comes out and says, we're going to annihilate you. And then within a few days, he comes out and says, never mind, we're not going to annihilate them because they want to make a deal. They want to make a deal more than anyone realized. And around we go. So I thought this time might be different because, again, Trump actually bombed them. Israel bombed Iran on Sunday. We bombed Iran on Tuesday and Wednesday. So here I am thinking this time it's going to be different. Trump says on True Social, make a deal in 24 hours or this time it's over. And then today, in the afternoon, Trump comes on True Social and says, never mind. Never mind. We're not bombing them. And here's where it gets good. Trump says, we made a deal. It's done. The war is over. We made a deal. They agreed. We're going to sign the deal in Europe. And you're thinking, just like yesterday, is it for real this time? Did it really happen? We really threatened them. We really averted it. They really made a deal. Well, Iran responded immediately and said, there is no deal. We didn't agree to anything. We're not signing a deal. There's no deal. Israel said the same thing too. So what are we doing? I mean, what actually are we even doing in this conflict? I hope that he is just surrendering. That's what it sounds like to me, because it is subtly different. This time he says, we have a deal. The war is over. I mean, that sounds pretty explicit. That sounds like we're just packing it up and leaving. But then again, it could all change tomorrow. Nobody knows what's going on. And what is really disturbing is that Trump is just dumb. Liberals were right. He's just dumb. And I have heard this firsthand from people that I know that have met with him recently. And they all convey the same thing, which is he is just stupid and old. He just doesn't know what's going on. Like, I can't really repeat all the details of these conversations. I can't get too specific, but it's not like a gimmick. He's not trying to be cute. He's not trying to be funny. He is mentally deteriorating. If he was ever smart, he isn't anymore. This is a 100-year-old man that's in control of the country, and no one can tell him no. So I said this on Alex Jones last year. I said, we're just stuck. We're just stuck with this guy. Everybody voted for this asshole, and now we're stuck with him for the next 4 years, and he is going to ruin everything. He is sucking all the oxygen out of the room. He is preventing any real right-wing energy from being incubated during this period. And we're just stuck. We just have to deal with the consequences and try to find a way to pick up the pieces in a couple of years when the Republican primary starts. But it's pretty grim. There just simply is no plan. And what you're hearing is these like secondhand stories from people like Tucker Carlson and others. And they just talk about, all we can really do is speculate what is going through his head based on conversations that these people are having with him. And nobody knows. And you just want to say, what is going on in the country? First, it was Joe Biden. That was bad enough. We had Joe Biden for 4 years. And honestly, the difference is at least we knew he was demented. That's the difference. And it's a sad state of affairs when you say that we have two senile, demented presidents. They're both retarded. They're both wrecking the country. But you say the silver lining of one of them is that at least we knew it. At least everyone knew. I shouldn't even say that. That's actually the sad part. For 4 years, the Democrats were telling us, no, he's good. He's fine. Oh, that's all Joe Biden. Remember when Jim Carrey was playing him on Saturday Night Live and they were portraying him like he was Tom Cruise? Jim Carrey was wearing the sunglasses and doing the finger guns. And liberals, this was serious, like 1984 level propaganda. They were trying to convince themselves that Joe Biden was like some kind of Tom Cruise, all-American maverick figure. It's like, look at his gait. Look at the way he walks. He's going to die. So we had that for 4 years. Half the country was deluded about all of it. And then the other half of the country was talking about him shitting his pants and farting every day. That's your country. Half the country is masked up, triple vaccinated, kneeling for BLM. Other half of the country's making diaper, fart, and poop jokes for 4 years. Biden farted, Biden shit his pants. So we live in hell. And then now it's like the roles are reversed. Now Trump is falling asleep, complete fucking idiot. Each person in the cabinet is dumber than the next. Kristi Noem and Pete Hegseth and Susie Wiles and JD Vance. It's just Kash Patel. It's just a clown car of one sycophantic moron, dumber than the last, and then the king